tale. Well, there's a place I've come to know well, led by a man named Sty. He's full of stories, he is quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy. If you're feeling lonely, come and make a friend. If you need a story, on Sty you can depend. His voice is soothing like a lullaby. Sometimes he brings a tear to my eye. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy.
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to the Sty Shack. Yeah, it's Sunday. Yeah. October 2nd. Ooh, fall of the year. Fall of the year. It's that time of year, isn't it? It sure is. We only had one person pop in a comment out in the chat, and that was Metal Music Maniac. Kind of rubbing something in my nose. I'm so sorry, Sty, but I made popcorn sprinkled with pepper, onion, and garlic powder. It was so good, I ate the entire bag. Well, you didn't save any for me? Harry, that's all right. I'll live. Oh, look at here, Kathy Gahan. Hey, sweetie. Oh, it's so good to see you. Thanks for stopping in this Sunday afternoon. It's good to see you. It is so good to see you. Yeah, Sunday. What a day. What a day. I like my Sundays. This Sunday's, other than my stream, has been pretty uneventful. And I see somebody else popped in on the YouTube side. I see it. It takes about 5-10 seconds for it to pop up on my StreamYard side, but there's Roy and Becky's Travels. It is great to see you folks. Great to see you. Welcome to the Sty Shack on a Sunday afternoon. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're all doing well. Kathy Kahan is asking how I'm doing. I am doing excellent. I have to say, I would have to say I'm doing very, very well. I'll be excellent in 12 days. In 12 days, I get my feeding tube removed. That means I have nothing attached to my body anymore. It's just old Sty again. Having that tube right now is just totally worthless as far as I'm concerned. It's a waste of my time, and because I got to take care of that site, where it goes into the abdomen and that. But it could be removed right now, but on the 14th, that's the soonest. 14th of October is the soonest. Oh, Kathy, thank you, sweetheart. That is too sweet of you. Thank you so much. So yeah, I'm excited that they're going to be removing that tube on the 14th. Yeah, Roy and Becky, I'm excited. I can't wait till that tube's gone. Then I'm going to feel a lot more normal. Things are still. I'm going to have a hard time. It's going to take me a while to just get used to my new lifestyle. Because I got to watch my diet and things so much. I got to make sure I stay hydrated. All that. Blah 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 blah. But yesterday I put 150 miles on my truck, out running around out in the national forest. I just had to get out of here. I just had to get out and go enjoy the outdoors for a day, Had fun. Didn't do any video work or nothing. Because really, 99% of it was just driving time. Just out roaming around, checking out the forest. And our leaves are changing up here, so it's getting real colorful. It's getting really pretty out there. I'm thinking this week, one day, I'll try to sneak out, maybe do a little bit of GoPro filming of the fall colors. Probably north of me. I headed south yesterday into the national forest. That the city of Ashland, where I live, is almost in the middle. Yeah, it's kind of in the middle of the national forest. We've got the southern section and northern section. I'll head north up into what we call the Barrens and see how the colors are up there. They should be at their peak this week. They seem to be turning a little early this year. I might be wrong, but it seems they're a little early. But they're so pretty. I mean, the maple trees are turning bright colors, oranges and reds and yellows. Yeah, they're pretty. Hey, me Dibble. Hello. Yeah, and another point of good news for as far as I go, as far as I'm concerned, is my diet's doing pretty good. I can't hit 3,000 calories a day. I just can't do it. I try. I just keep shoveling food in all damn day. And I just can't hit that 3,000 mark. I hit 2,900 twice in the last week, but I couldn't hit that 3,000 mark. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Roy and Becky, we're about to head south to the desert for the winter. The aspens are changing pretty fast up here by Flagstaff. Yeah. Buddy of mine from Montana, he said the aspens there just bright, fully turned. Won't be long, they'll be shedding all their leaves. I'm not seeing the maples aren't shedding their leaves yet. They're just coming into their bright colors. So we got about a week. They'll be bright for about a good solid week, and then they'll start shedding. And all of our popples and birch are starting to turn the bright yellows. Yeah, me Dibble. You want 3,000 calories? Try a pound of cured pork fat. Well, that's the problem is I can't eat a pound at a time. I can eat about a quarter pound in weight. That's about all I can hold. Then I got to wait an hour and a half or so before I can eat again. So it takes, yeah. But this is like a typical breakfast for me. I always try to guarantee that my breakfast hit or exceed 500 calories for breakfast. Well, Running Water had left this behind when he headed out on the road last Thursday. A pistachio muffin. 550 calories. for one muffin. 550 calories. Good breakfast. So I got 550 calories out of that puppy. Plus, I had 16 ounces of chocolate milk, which was 410 calories. So 960 calories? Yeah, 960 calories plus 45 calories in a cup of coffee. This is my second one, so that'd be another 90 calories, puts me over the 1,000 mark. I drank a bottle of cranberry juice, kind of like this strawberry kiwi that I drink. But this is 110 calories. Cranberry is 130, so I add 130 to it. Puts me over 1,100 calories. And I'm about a little over a third of the day. So I'm on track. I'm on track to be in my mid to upper 2000s by bedtime tonight. So yeah. Me devil. Yeah, the maples. I love the maples, man. They are so beautiful. They're bright. And even in the summer, the spring and summer, when they leaf out, they get so full. They're beautiful. Beautiful. So there you go. Eat 3 muffins and drink 3 chocolate milks. Now, I've thought about that, right? Okay, I thought about that. For what I've had for my breakfast, I didn't really have a lunch. I'm going to be eating a late lunch after the stream today. But I was thinking about that when I was eating that muffin. I thought, okay, if I ate just muffins, I would only need about 5 of those muffins in a day, and I'd hit 3,000 calories. But if I did muffins and milk, yeah, I could have 3 muffins, 3 milks, and pretty much still got it covered, right? 3,000 calories. Well, there's a problem with that. I get awful tired of muffins and chocolate milk in a hell of a hurry. Like night before last, I had lasagna for dinner, but it only provided me with 450 calories for the amount of lasagna I was able to eat. But it was worth it because of the flavor. Oh. Running water put me on to something I'm going to be trying this week, and that's making a pizza in an oven-safe container, making a pizza in it, smaller one, no crust, just sauce, the meats, the cheese, blah, 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 all the fixings, no crust. And then you just eat it out of that container with a fork. Oh, I'm going to love that crap, man. Not as many calories as if I were to eat a pizza with crust, but I can get a lot more nutrition out of just eating all those toppings. Oh, yeah, Roy and Becky, we love the red maples. Oh, yeah, aren't they pretty? Yeah, soon get sick of those muffins. Sure would. I would not be happy if I had to only have a small handful of things that I was allowed to eat. Now that I'm allowed to eat whatever I want, even though it's smaller amounts, I want to eat whatever I want. I don't want to have to eat muffins all day. No. It's like my road trip yesterday. I had a couple of those chocolate milk with me. Well, that's 820 calories, 2 of them. But I had a couple of packs of those miniature donuts. Holy God, I didn't realize that either. One of those little packs was 400 calories. There's 6 little tiny donuts in there. There's 400 calories in that dang thing. So I had a couple of those. That's another 800 calories. And I got myself an egg salad sandwich. I ate half of it when I first headed out. Ate the other half that afternoon coming home. And The egg salad sandwich, the whole sandwich came to 300 calories, so I added another 300 to it. So by the time I got home, I was already hitting that 2,000 mark when I got home. So I had dinner, a snack after dinner, a Dairy Queen Dilly bar. Now I love them. I go and I buy a dozen at a time. The cherry ones are the best, 210 calories. But I can't live on cherry dilly bars either. Yeah, that's not smart. It's not smart. Um, oh yeah, yeah. I could eat pizza all day. Me too. I love pizza. You know, if you hadn't heard on my channel before, back in the 1970s, where I met my ex-wife, I managed a pizza joint. And oh, look at here. Oh, this makes my stream 110%. Love you,
How are
girl.
you? How you doing?
Doing so much better. I have to admit, I am doing so much better.
That's good. I heard
I
a little bit of it before I came up.
I get, they're going to remove my feeding tube on the 14th, 12 days from now. I'm just thrilled. I can't wait. That'll mean I got nothing attached.
Nothing holding you back. Yeah.
Nothing holding me back. They said I got to give it 6 to 10 days to heal up, where the porthole is. I asked them, what do? You stitch that shut or something? They said, no, we just throw a dressing on it and you just wait 6 to 10 days. It'll heal itself up. They said it'll take care of itself. And I said, okay, what about that 6 to 10 days? They said, just relax. Don't be out there doing anything heavy or anything. They said, because that'll slow that healing way down and you could injure yourself. I said, well, okay. They said, we're afraid of infections. You want to keep that dressing changed daily until it heals up. The wound closes up. They said, as far as the tube coming out of the small intestine, within an hour, that's healed shut. They said it's just like when you pierce an ear. Now, I remember that back when I used to have piercings. Pull that damn ring out or whatever you're wearing. 3 days later, you go to put one in and it ain't going in because that damn thing healed shut over 3 days. And I remember having to pour some pig through so many times. Yeah, you ladies, you got the skinny on that better than any guy. But when I was doing piercings for the tattoo parlor back in the day, I'd have people come in that they get navel rings, and I pierce their navels, and they come in a couple weeks later and they go, yeah, I need to have my navel re-pierced. What? Well, I took the ring out and I forgot to put it back in, and it was about 3 days later it wouldn't go back in. God damn it. You were told don't ever pull that out for more than 24 hours. And I know. And hey, Cheesehead Chris is in the house. There's my character. Fried spam sandwich with egg and cheese. Yeah, I was looking at that too. That'll give me about 380 calories for a small, like if I had it on a croissant, spam and egg and cheese. But you know what I eat, and they're 400 calories a piece, are those little Jimmy Dean breakfast sausage, egg, and cheese croissants.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just microwave it for 50 seconds. 400 calories for that little sandwich. So I have a lot of those for breakfast. And then I get these breakfast bowls that are scrambled eggs, potatoes, bacon, and sausage.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I put it's got a little bit of cheddar in there. I put extra cheddar on it. And then I pour maple syrup over the top of it. And
that'd be so nice to be able to eat, huh? Oh my God.
Yeah.
I couldn't even imagine.
To be able to eat what I want, Oh, look at this. There's E-Waste Mike. Great to hear you're healing so well. You're a tough old bird for sure. I don't. Boy, I tell you what, the last 2 months, it took the tough out of me. It took the tough out of me, and
No, not quite. Not all the way.
well, it left just enough for me to get to this point, so that's good. That's good. Hey,
Now
Kathy,
you'll build back up. Now you'll build back up.
yeah, it'll take time. It'll take time. Yeah, it's so good to see you there, Kathy. The
Bacon wrapped chicken
cheese
breast.
quick trip cooked over a fire. He's rubbing that in my nose because we had that. Chris and I, Cheesehead and I, we went to an old civilian conservation corps site. It's an old abandoned site, and he fixed those bacon wrapped chicken breasts on the open fire, and it was to die for. I wish I had a still picture to pop up. I do think it's in my intro to my channel, where there's a picture of me sitting there eating one. Yeah, love cooking over the fire, making spaghetti later this evening over the fire. Num, 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 num.
Spaghetti.
Yeah, I like my
I was thinking
spaghetti.
about making spaghetti.
That sounds good. If you weren't so far away, I'd come over for dinner.
Or barbecue chicken. I'm trying to decide which.
Ooh, that too. I had barbecued boneless chicken wings. You know, they're just chicken tenders, kind of, but smothered in barbecue sauce a few nights back. And I ate until, I mean, literally, I thought it was at the point where it was going to come back up. I'm like, I am so stuffed. I ate so much. And then I calculated the calories, and yeah, 850 calories worth of chicken wings. You know, yeah, I think I had enough of those for a while. Hey, Colin, good to see you. Would you like to come up, Colin? If you would, I'll pop the link.
Winter.
I'll do my best to pop the link up if you want. Boom, 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 boom. That's if this secondary computer will behave itself. Oh. No, it's not letting me. But I can figure out a way to get you the link. Oh, Colin, you don't have to be doing that, brother. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. That's all. Yeah, it's awesome actually. Because anything I'm getting off of YouTube now, any kind of revenue, I'm kind of squirrel holing that away for spring, because I got a bunch of renovation work to do on the adventure trailer and some repairs to do on my truck to get it road ready for next season, to be able to pound a little bit of pavement next year. And,
yeah.
Bacon and cheese pie. Well, that's different.
Bacon and cheese pie?
Yeah. I never heard of that.
Sounds good though.
Yeah, that's the problem, is it sounds good. Oh. Okay, you're driving. Yeah, don't come up on the panel. Yeah, not if you're driving. Now, running water can get away with that. He can get away with that.
You say I do it all the time. I stream and drive all the time.
Yeah, she's got it mastered too. Yeah, she's got it pretty well mastered. When she does her streams, it's hilarious to me, because she's driving down the road and she's listening to the tunes and talking to the people in the chat. And then all of a sudden she'll say, "Yeah, I got to stop in this store," and she stops, and she never quits filming, man. She just take that live stream right in the store, and yeah, Yeah, who cares? Just do it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. The I miss that with Crazy Ann used to go just driving,
Yeah.
and she just run a live stream filming while she's driving wherever, and
Yeah.
she got no purpose or anything, and but she did the same thing. She'd go, "I'm hungry. I think I'll stop. There's this one restaurant," and she'll pull in and she'll walk in and order food and bring it back out to her rig. Never pause at all. It just I'll film it all. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's odd now to go somewhere and not stream.
Yeah. The
When I go downtown, go shopping, almost anything. I'm always streaming.
always streaming. Well, I don't know how you feel, but I'm pretty dependent on my audience. I mean, they help me get through my days.
Yeah.
Yeah, and folks like you that stream so regularly and just random, and I love that stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like tagging along.
It is. I know. I got friends that drive a lot too and stream driving, whatever they're doing.
I have never tried
Taking us throughout their day.
Yeah. I've never tried streaming on my phone, driving anywhere or anything.
Yeah, I use my phone for everything.
Yeah. And I'm not so good with my phone. and I will set up the GoPro on the dash, or I've got one of those window mounts that mounts up in the windshield. But live streaming, I haven't done that. I've been on panels on my phone, jumped on a panel, but then I can't see the chat. My phone is.
Yeah, you gotta go to the chat thing.
Yeah.
That's why I use my other phone to look at the chat.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Running two phones, it makes it a lot easier. That was the problem I had, is the chat, the print is so small, and my bifocals don't work with it. Damn, I can't. I almost have to take my glasses off to be able to read something that small, so close. Oh, thanks, Kathy. You can say it. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't get it. I don't get it. If you say so, I won't argue.
People tell me that all the time too. Okay.
Okay, that's about all you can say, right? Because they won't leave you alone if you try to challenge them. Yeah, that's a fight that I can never win. So I just stay away from that fight. Something I gotta show off to people. Okay. The other day, I got this big old envelope in the mail. Well, the other day, it's 2 weeks now. And it's from J. Ron. I don't know if he's watching today or not. But J. Ron is my nephew. He is my sister's son. God bless her. She passed away a few years back. And he works with the Boys and Girls Club and in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Those kids, I didn't do an actual count. I should have. Those kids, I've got about 50 thank yous and get well things from those kids. And he sent me that big envelope. I opened it up and saw all of these.
Oh.
I couldn't believe it. Like this one. Sty,
Oh,
thank you for supporting girls and boys clubs. Oh, I
oh,
wish
that's
you
so
well.
sweet. Oh,
Yeah, and they there's another. This one I got a kick out of. The can't even open it here. There we go. It says, "Feel better from Cade to Sty." And this kid put a lot. I mean,
oh
put
my
a
gosh.
lot of work into this, and so many of them are that way. I mean,
Oh,
this
that's so
one
sweet.
with a couple of deer and tree and all outdoorsy, and it says, "Dear Sty, thank you for helping Boys and Girls Club. I hope you get better soon." From Andrew. Now, like I said, there's got to be close to 40 of these in here. He said there's about 50 kids in the Boys and Girls Club branch that he's taken care of. So
A lot of kids.
you can imagine, I got this just as I was starting to feel a little bit better post surgery. And I was at the point where I was ready to just give up on this whole business, And you get,
Jeez. Yeah.
and there's another stack sitting over there. I mean, these kids took.
It's got to bring your spirits up.
It did. It did. These kids made my day. And then to find out that J-Ron, on a regular basis, that's one of their normal reoccurring activities, is all those kids get together, sit down, and on the big TV, they watch a Sty story. And he's been doing this for a couple of years or more.
That's
and
awesome.
I didn't know that. And he says, we go back to a lot of your instructional videos, how to do this, how to do that. And then the kids will practice some of the things you'll show in your videos.
Wow.
And,
Cool.
and these are inner city type kids. These are not country kids. These are kids that live in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, in the bigger city. And
got to be cool to inspire youngins too. That's cool.
And not even know that you're doing it. All of a sudden I get this envelope full of those. And I told him, my gosh, you told me you're going to send me a few get well cards from the kids from the Boys and Girls Club. And I get this envelope with at least 40 of them. I said, what's going on here? He says, oh, they love your channel, blah, blah, blah.
Now you know you impact people more than you think.
That, yeah. Hey, Lucky 7. It's great to see you. It's great to see you. It was so nice of those kids. They heard what I was going through. He told those kids that I was going in.
By old ones too. Yes, those old ones get inspired too.
Well, that's it too, is I keep telling everybody, I don't care. Yeah, I've had people say, oh, at my age now, and I just can't get out and do this and do that. And I ask them, do you have a front porch on your house? No. Do you have a front yard? Oh, yeah. Can you get out to your front yard? Yeah. Do you have a lawn chair? Oh, yeah. Well, then get your ass outside and go sit in your lawn chair. Don't tell me you're too old to do that shit. I mean, come on. Yeah, but nothing. You go out there, listen to the birds sing, and watch the clouds, get that fresh air. I said, damn it, get the hell out of that house. Get outside. I don't want to hear any excuse. I don't give a shit how old you are. I don't give it. I had one gal say, well, I'm virtually bedridden. I said,
virtually?
I said, virtually, eh? And she goes, don't go there. It'd be very difficult for me to go outside. I said, do you have people that help you out? She goes, well, yeah, I've got a daily nurse that comes to see me, and I've got my two boys. They're young adults. And I said, two good, healthy boys? She goes, yeah. I said, what kind of bed do you have to be ridden to? And she says, well, it's a hospital bed. I said, it's on wheels. She goes, well, yeah. I said, have them put a damn ramp on your house and wheel your ass out in the front yard in your bed then. Don't give me excuses, you know. The bandits out there. I love it. He's a hoot. I get such a kick out of Bandit. The yeah, Mike. Kathy was saying, because you're a kind man, I'd like to hug and squeeze and call you friend. And right away, Mike jumps in there. Eli's like, I want to squeeze. Mike never wants to be left out. No. Yeah. The lawn chair wouldn't fit in your front yard. I did have one individual, and they've responded several times over the last year and a half about it was some of the best advice they felt they ever got in the last 8 or 10 years. And they're homebound. They just do not ever get out of their house, ever. And they said that they actually have their doctor visits are right in the home. They draw their blood and everything right there in the home. They don't even transport them, because they'd have to transport the individual by ambulance, and they're just stuck at home. And they said they like the channel, they love my channel, but they said it's hard to watch because I keep talking about you need that fresh air, you need to be outdoors. And I said, can you move around your home? And she said, yeah. I said, by chance, do you have like a big double hung window you can open, or do you have patio doors? And she goes, well, I have patio doors. I said, did you have a screen door on them? And she said, yeah. I said, why don't you open that patio door and set a chair right in front of it and sit there inside your house? Never thought of that, she said. I said, open a window on the other end of the house so that you can feel that outdoor breeze coming through and hitting you. And she's been doing it. She messaged me last winter, and she said, I got chewed out by my daughter because my power bill was too high in the month of January. And I said, why was your power bill so high? She goes, well, it's the heating. And I said, oh, is it that cold? She says, well, it was that cold in the house because they had that patio door open half the day, every day. I said, now you're getting in the outdoors, aren't you? She goes, well, yeah. Kathy's telling Mike to watch out. She doesn't live that far from him. And Mike's saying, oh, hurry, Kathy, come on over. Yeah. Be careful, Kathy. Don't make promises that Mike will expect you to keep. Poor Mike. That's one working fool. Anybody out there that doesn't watch E-Waste Mike, at least occasionally, he's a working fool. I mean, he's had his health issues too. And man, he's just a go-getter, tough go-getter. I just adore the guy. He reminds me a lot of myself when I was his age. Just keep going. Just keep working. Just working. I love to work. I just, I like working. As long as I feel I'm accomplishing something, I like to work. That's why all the other hosts for the National Forest got pissed off at me, and that's why I got an award. Because most of the hosts complained that they had to clean these outdoor bathrooms,
Yeah.
4 to 6 of them once a week. I was cleaning my bathrooms at my 2 campgrounds, and I had a total of 6 outdoor bathrooms that I maintained, and I was cleaning them every other day. And all my campers were saying, "Man, your outhouses are cleaner than our bathrooms at home." And they go, "Why do you put so much into those?" I just like to work. I just, and they said,
People do something.
yeah, and same with the mowing and the cleaning of the fire pits and all of that business. I just going about doing that, looking for something to do constantly, just work.
Exactly.
And yeah.
I gotta clean my dang garage today or something.
Oh yeah.
I told Sugar I'm just gonna start throwing shit out front and just leave it out there and say free. Put a big sign out there that says free.
You know what you do?
I'm sick of it, man.
You know what you do is you take all these things that to you just have no purpose anymore. I just don't want it. I don't need it. I could hold a yard sale, but I don't want the hassle.
Yeah, I have held yard sales and I still got stuff left.
And
that's what all the rest of it is.
A neighbor of ours, it would be about 10 years ago or more, we held a big yard sale, and it was huge. I mean, we had so much crap, I just wanted rid of it. Well, it was a good yard sale. I mean, we sold just about everything, and we made $3,800 over a 3-day period. I thought, well, that's $4,000 in my pocket I didn't have the day before, so I'm happy, But the guy across the street from us had this big yard sale sign on a 4x8 sheet of plywood propped up in the front of his place, and it said yard sale on it. And he had all these tables set up with tons of stuff, just about as much as we had. But underneath where it said yard sale, it said free for all. He wasn't selling it. Just take it.
Yep.
Come and look through it. Take what you want.
Well, I still got a bunch of toys left. All kinds of. We can walk through them. I'll show you everything I got left. Oh my God. Dr. Smith X. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Dr. Smith. Lizard King's in the house. Good to see you, Lizard King. Dr. Smith. Hey. But yeah, this guy got rid of everything. At the end of one day he did that. At the end of the day, he had a cardboard box that was about 2 feet long and about 18 inches wide and about 2 feet tall with a few things sticking out of it. That's all that was sitting out on the edge of his yard at the end of the day.
Oh, man.
The next morning, that was gone. Somebody
all of this was like dye stuff, tools, all kinds of crap. I don't even know what the hell. Well, I had my brother and my nephew come up, my niece's husband come up. They took a whole bunch of stuff, air compressors, all kinds of shit, man. Jacks, all kinds of stuff. So just take it. I don't want it.
I'd rather have the space.
I need my tire aired up. I go down and get it down there. I go have somebody do it, or I do it.
No kidding. I got it. Running Water built this shed back here. I'll totally admit, he built that shed. He did 99.9% of the work. I did 0.1% of the work. Otherwise, I just supervised.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. But he gave me about a fourth of the shed to store my crap in.
Yeah.
When I moved over, and I filled that thing up, and that's a nightmare for me too. I got to go through all of that because not even a tenth of what I got in that corner of the shed do I want to keep.
It's so dark in here, you can't see nothing. I should go get a flashlight.
I can see pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty dark. Kind of dark. This thing right here, I banged my leg on. I don't know what the hell it is. Cutter head, something or other. Freaking heavier than hell.
Yeah. Hey, have a good one, Roy and Becky.
I had to have my son come carry it out, but all kinds of Toyota parts and shit. Toyota trucks. A wood stove. That's my favorite wood stove, too.
That's a nice stove. I like those. Yeah. Now, that's the old sheet metal with the cast iron top and
Grave digger
base.
goes to somebody. That belongs to somebody already.
Yeah.
There's my saw. I don't even know if it works. Tonka toys. Oh my goodness. That thing's full of shit. I don't even know what the hell all that is.
Tonka toys. I worked for them, you know.
There's my snowblower back there. That's the one thing I want in here is the snowblower.
Yeah,
The one thing that I want in here. But I had a hard time dragging all this shit out. I didn't know it was all so heavy.
Yeah. It looks like an old transmission or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is a Toyota steering column, so I assume the rest of this is Toyota probably too.
Sure.
Because Randy liked Toyota stuff.
Yeah.
Everything is Toyota.
Toyota.
You can see in there. Huh?
You're still running your little off-road rig, your back road rig, aren't you?
No, it's kind of broke down. Well, it's not really broke down. It's running weird, so I don't drive it.
Oh, okay. Hey, Alexander, good to see you.
Let's see.
You broke a Tonka toy in about 30 seconds.
We're in the cabin now. I dropped everything.
Yeah, me dibble.
I have this stuff. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Models.
Oh, yeah.
More models and more models. All kinds of toys and shit in here that didn't sell and stuff. Really old Tonka toys.
Boy, some of them old Tonkas can be worth a lot of money. Me Dibble's talking about that he had one in 30 seconds he had it broke. Well, if you would have had one that was built back when I was a kid, you still wouldn't have broke it. Yeah. I mean, they were built totally different back then. Totally different.
You're all rusted and everything.
Yeah. Back in the day when they were all solid steel, man. And the tires were actual hard rubber tires. They weren't the hollow plastic stuff they use now. In fact, there was hardly a single plastic part on any Tonka truck back in the days. When I worked for Tonka Toys, they were still pretty good quality, but they were going to the molded plastic tires and stuff. So that stuff wore out. But those old Tonkas, man, here now, just my neighboring state, Minnesota, around Mound, Minnesota, boy, those old Tonkas are worth a gold mine over there. That's where Tonka Toys originated back in the late 1970s. Tonka Toys shut down and moved to Mexico. That really pissed me off. I was working for them when they decided they would eventually do that, and they offered all of us employees there at Tonka Toys the opportunity to move to Mexico with them. I said, are you blooming nuts? Why the hell would I move to Mexico to make $2 over minimum wage down there?
This box is all RC stuff. It's a big box.
All remote control stuff, yeah.
Yep. That's all Atari games. Let's see. probably about it in here. Oh, it's cold in here. This is my hangout spot. This is where I hang out all the time. I'm making a native dress on my Monday streams. In my jars. Almost break it.
Yeah, you're so artistic. That is so cool.
Yeah.
You would have gotten it.
They're so fun though.
You would have gotten a kick out of what me and the ex-wife were doing for. Well, we did it commercially for 2 years, but my wife was into quill work, and she did a lot of quilled medicine bags. She did a lot of prayer wheels, quilt prayer wheels, and then she did a lot of. I think she did a total of 6 of the otter pipe bags, all quill work on the front, and then she did 4 quilled breastplates for people from the Blackfeet Nation, and those were spendy. Holy God. I couldn't believe what they paid for them. $1,800 a piece. And she did 4 of them. Yeah, boy, a kid would have fun turned loose into your garage, into your shed there.
CJ7 track.
Wow.
When Randy and I got together, he had a CJ7. Oh, it was a blast.
Oh, yeah?
That was a fun rig. It's been a Sammy. Is that it? Oh, I think there's.
Okay, Kathy, you have a good day. Have fun with the grandbaby.
Those are the only semis I got left.
Oh, boy.
Those aren't even semis. Those are trucks. Yeah.
Yeah. Matchbox. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know a couple of fellas here in Ashland that they kind of compete, man. If they get in a yard sale and they got a ton of matchboxes for sale, those guys will get in there and they start fighting with each other. And people that have garage sales are avoiding putting out matchbox, because if those two hear about it, they'll be there and they'll be fighting. They'll be fighting each other. It's good for the person selling it because they'll start bidding against each other. And the person saying, well, no, I just want this much. And they say, stay out of it. It's
yeah, but
and okay. Well, yeah, you're making the money off of these two dummies, But yeah, they love their Matchbox, boy. And they're always looking for that one rare one,
I bought another heater for this place today. Plus, I use that little buddy. I use that little buddy one too. Boy, that thing's good.
Oh, yeah. I got a little buddy for the adventure trailer. Yeah.
So I could be out there in the winter.
Yeah. I hooked mine up to a 20-pound propane cylinder.
This is what I'm doing today.
Barbecuing. I'm going to see if I can't squeeze in barbecuing something here next week. We're only supposed to have 1 day of rain this coming week. I hope that doesn't change.
Hi.
He's
gonna go run out. He's gonna get the bees and flies.
Bees and flies. That keeps them occupied.
I had a couple of people show up, like last week. A man and a little boy, and they were out front, just off my step. And we were talking about my yard sale I had a couple of years ago. They were wondering if I had any toys left.
Oh.
Well, Bandit, he was out there and he jumps up at this little boy like he was going to bite him, but he was trying to get the bee that was buzzing around him. Like, what's he
Oh,
doing? It's like, he won't bite him. I said, he won't bite him. He's after that bee that's trying to get him.
uh-huh.
Bandit don't bite anybody.
No.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
oh, he's protecting him from the bees.
Yeah. And if Bandit's acting a little excitable, it's because he's excited. I mean, it's yeah, he's not aggressive, he's just excited. The
I did get rid of the bulldozer finally.
You did. Cool.
I know, Justin. 218.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those extension cords. I fell on those extension cords a couple weeks ago and hurt my ribs and my face and
Oh,
on
girl.
the steps, and they're not even healing yet.
Oh,
They're trying.
no.
Well, my face is, but my ribs aren't. It's really hard to do anything.
Yeah.
They aren't
We don't-
broken though. They're just bruised up.
We don't take the falls as well, you know.
It's like,
That's-
damn it! I usually heal so fast. It's been 2 weeks already. Damn it! I'm ready to do something. I gotta get out here and do something. I couldn't do anything. Couldn't
That's what's
breathe.
good.
I couldn't cough. I couldn't laugh. It was like, my God.
Oh, man.
Terrible.
Banged up ribs is bad. Yeah, I broke 3 ribs one year, and
Quit telling on me, Justin. No, just kidding.
it seemed like it took months for it to be right again, because
Yeah.
literally everything you did hurt.
No, I
just-
got old Matchbox cars and Hot Wheels too. I got a couple of small tubs of those in there. Got some from the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah, neat. Yeah, that was one thing with me. I go out here and mow the lawn, and then I got to weed whack everything, and we don't have a gas weed eater anymore. That was my youngest boy's. He took it, and so running water replaced it with an electric. Well, I got to drag 150 feet of cord with me out everywhere. And you wouldn't believe how many times I got that wrapped around my ankles and crashed and burned. And so now he went and he bought one of these Ryobi cordless, with the battery pack. And I was out playing with that the other day for the first time. Running water goes, that thing. I said, you want to turn on it? It's yours. He goes, no, you're doing just fine. Just keep going. I'm just watching. And I like that puppy boy. No cord. No gas to mess with. And we've got 3 of the batteries for it. And we've got a charging station on our back porch with all the different batteries for all of our cordless tools. But to have that puppy, oh, is that sweet. That's something I got to do tomorrow is get the charger for his chainsaw and the charger for my chainsaw on that battery bank. And get our batteries in there.
There's an old rototiller out here too. Hey, Bandit. The old rototiller.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I don't know. I have no idea if it runs. Probably not. I don't know.
Wouldn't take much to get her running, I bet. Well, actually, nowadays it wouldn't take much to replace the motor. People up here I know would just kill to get their hands on one. I had an old one that it was running but rough. It really needed a new motor on it. We had rebuilt the motor once, and I put it up in a sale, and that was another deal where I had a couple guys arguing over it, and this gal walked up and she said, "You guys can quit arguing about it." They had it up to $75. I only wanted $40 for it. And she walked up, she says, "You guys can quit arguing." And they said, "Why is that?" And she said, "I just bought it for $125." She didn't give me no money. She walks over and she peels off $125. I said, "That thing ain't worth it." She goes, "Oh, the hell it ain't." Well, then I saw her like 3 years after I sold it to her. And she goes, "Boy, that tiller works great." She said, "I did have to replace the motor, but," she said, "that thing's just still going like mad." I said, "Okay." But everybody here has got to have a big garden, and rototillers are like gold.
Cool.
Oh, there you go, Justin. That's great. That's great. I'm going to have to rent one because we don't own one. We won't be gardening enough to make it worth owning one unless I can find one like you did, Justin. Hey, yeah, the double battery weed whackers have a lot of power but are heavy. This one's just an 18 volt, and I can get about 45 minutes to an hour off of a battery. But we've got 3 batteries, and they recharge pretty quick. So by the time I'm on the 3rd battery, I put in a good solid 3 hours of work, and the first battery's ready to pop back in. So yeah, we don't run out of juice in it. And it works good. I got one of those. We got the head on it with the blades instead of the strings because of the weed control we got to do out here. Yeah, the new tillers, you're not kidding, Justin. They're just, you got to really watch because a lot of them are just pretty junky and don't hold up. Got an old Sears push weed eater. You know what? It's a big deal now, these push weed eaters, They look like a push lawnmower, but they got the big weed eater head on them.
Oh, yeah. I've seen those.
Big, heavier cables, and you can really brush some stuff out with them.
My son bought a battery-powered one. Holy cow, that thing's good. I've done a video with it.
Those are so neat. I would have loved to have had one for this hay field we got going on out here.
I could do half my yard with it, but and then just recharge it for an hour and go back out again. I was like, yeah. My yard's big too.
Yeah, and they're nuts, man. But what really caught my attention was when I was a kid, our neighbor, he had one that was made by Sears. It was a Craftsman, and that was in the 1960s. That old bugger had a 5-horse Briggs and Stratton motor on it, and it was big, heavy, had these big ass heavy tires on the back. The damn thing looked like I don't know, it looked like a tractor down there. But that had 2 steel cables on it. And you wouldn't want to get smacked in the ankles. It'd cut your feet off. But that guy would go plowing through. He had a piece of property that had a lot of woods, and he'd go plowing through and cut the saplings down, everything with it. But I had never seen one since then, and then all of a sudden here they are on the market, and now they're a pretty big deal. Hey, words and pictures, welcome back.
The one that Olcott got the test, the stuff on it, the wire stuff. Mm-hmm. It's so thick. We haven't had to change it since we got it. And that was like months ago. I've used it out here. We bought extra and everything, or he bought extra just so we'd have it. We haven't even had to use it at all.
Haven't had to, yeah.
It's thick. Holy smokes. And it's battery powered.
That's the nice thing is it's cordless.
Yeah.
Can't beat that, man. That's like I got that 5-ton electric log splitter. I love that.
To me, it was still kind of heavy. Where's the He's out there with one arm doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, me divil. Yeah, the Dojo's allotments. I follow Dojo a lot, and he's got a pretty good size allotment, and he's not far out of London. The and he grows a ton of veggies there too. I watch his channel just to see the progress on his allotment all the time. Yeah, he said it's organized chaos, his gardens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, what do I feel like planting today? And he'll plant a bunch of his planters full of something, and then he'll have it half full of whatever he's planting, and then the next day he'll decide something else. So they're mixed. Things are mixed, and yeah.
I have using that weed whacker out there, and I chopped wood that day too. Got that on there too.
Yeah.
Chopped a lot of wood. Wait till burn season's over.
Yeah.
I put it out there by my fire pit. I can't wait.
That's what I'm going to be getting into this coming week. Is I've got 3 big brush piles. It's just what it is. It's all the branches off of 5 big ash trees. And it's all, most of it you can break by hand or over your knee, but there's so damn much of it. Well, 2 of the piles, one's right by it next to our fire pit. That's the first one I'm tearing into. I got to burn all that up, break it up and burn it. And they have an ordinance here in town that you can't have any fires of yard debris unless it's a recreational fire, which means it has to be in a fire pit. Well,
little pit right there.
Yeah. That's a nice pit. And so all of my brush, it's all going in the fire pit. Burn it up.
This was laying around all over the yard, and God, I'm going to chop that up for my fires.
Alexander, I don't know. I haven't seen or heard from Andy for so long. I tell you what, those old sickle bar mowers, it looked like the front end of a tractor. Had the tractor type tires, small tractor type tires with the sickle bar out front. We had one when I was growing up and used it quite a bit. To find a sickle bar mower nowadays is pretty tough.
Andy's still on once in a while, not very often though.
Yeah.
He was on one of my lives a few years ago. Yeah. 3 years ago. 3 years ago, actually.
Oh, he used to be on my lives every time I had one. He was on my panel. Sometimes it was just him and I for hours. Or those streams back then, hell, it wasn't uncommon to have it go 4 to 6 hours,
Yeah,
and
I remember.
Yeah, me Dibble. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's it. I say not too far from London, but again, I'm thinking like an American, you do that there, me Devil. You'll have to get up here. You have to get up here someday. That's one thing here in the U.S. It's hard sometimes for people in Europe to understand that to drive from one European country to another, I'm talking about mainland European countries, it's like us driving from one state to another.
Mm-hmm.
and you go country after country after country.
Mm-hmm.
Here we just go state after state after state. We're still in the same country. Um, it's pretty bad if you're just driving 8 hours a day. It takes you 3 to 4 days to drive from the East Coast to the West Coast.
Yep.
And that's driving 8 hours a day. Our trip out to Montana from where I am now to where we lived in Montana was 24 and a half hours. And that was stopping for fuel only. We never stopped we never stopped for anything.
Yeah, when I went down to Cali, that was an 18-hour drive. And it was me and Bandit, we just went. We stopped for gas once, and that was it.
That's it, yeah. and for folks in the UK, it's hard. I understand, when all you've ever experienced is that limited distance of the UK. Over here, it's hard for them to imagine that you want to visit. For me, if I want to visit somebody across the country, I'm looking at 1,500 to 2,000 miles one way. I want to run down to Texas and back home. I always plan on about a 3,000-mile round trip.
I thought I could get me and Bandit a small camper or a van.
Oh, that'd be
travel.
Cool.
Yeah, just go travel.
Yeah.
Something big enough for just us two. It'd be cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the folks in the U.S. have a better understanding of the size of
Justin.
the UK than the UK has of the enormity of the U.S. and Canada. We have places here where you can have 3 UKs in a row that you can travel without seeing cities at all. I mean, there's this stretch from Dakotas all the way across Montana. You can see the signs to the towns, but you don't see the towns. You can drive for 5-10 hours at 65, 70 miles an hour, and you really don't see any towns. Even at night, maybe way off in the distance, you see a little bit of a glow from a town. That's it. It's just nothing. It's just nothing and nothing and nothing and nothing. There's ranches and farms and things, but that's it. There ain't nothing there. It's so hard.
That'd be kind of nice, actually. That would be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish more of our country was that way. Yeah. Yeah, Colin. Ain't that the truth, eh? Yeah, our big swimming pool. Yeah. I love it when I get people from out of country or who have never been in the North Country. They're from down south, and they come up and visit. And I'll tell them, let's go down to the beach. So we go out to what I call Freedom Beach. Nobody's ever there. And I take them out there, and they're just thrilled. It's a hot day. It's 85 degrees and humid. Get to the beach, got your cooler full of drinks, and get all set up. And they take off, and they run out in that water. And I just sit there and laugh. I go, watch this shit. Yeah, they run out there, they get wet, and the next thing you know, they're walking on top of the water to get the hell out. They're going, why in the hell is it so cold? Well, we're lucky if our water temp ever gets over 60 degrees. The top foot and a half might get up in the 70-degree range, 70, low 70s. But below that foot and a half mark, I guarantee it's going to be below 60 degrees. The thermocline, you get down to where the water temp makes that dramatic change, it's 40 degrees. and water's 40 degrees. And you get really deep. I used to scuba dive Lake Superior, and you get down there, oh, what we call each atmosphere is 33 feet. You get down below the first atmosphere, down below 33 feet, and there's places in Lake Superior where it's 34 degrees. That's only 2 degrees above
Yep.
freezing.
Yep.
Yeah. I dove on some shipwrecks up here on Superior where I used a dry suit because it was so damn cold the wetsuit wouldn't do it.
They.
And yeah, it's cold. Cold devil. Hey, look at there. Look at there. Hey, Roland, buddy. It's great to see you working and lurking. I, I tell you, that cast iron cauldron you put up, I tell you, I love that thing. Man, did that bring back some childhood memories out on the farm. My grandma and my grandpa, they had the big old cauldron, just like that one you're showing. Had the big flat steel legs. It looked just like that one. But I'm thinking it was maybe even a little larger, because theirs, we would put 3 bushels baskets full of chuck corn, dump 3 of those baskets into that cauldron of boiling water when we'd have a big family event going on out at the farm. And I loved it, man. I don't know how you guys do your corn at a big cookout, but we'd boil up tons of corn, and then you had the old metal coffee cans. And what you did was you threw 2 pounds of butter in the coffee can. You melt that down. Then you fill the coffee can with water. Now it's 2/3 water and 1/3 butter, right? And those coffee cans were just tall enough you could take a ear of corn. And we had these big long forks that had just 2 prongs on. Stick that in the end of the cob, and you dip that cob in that can. Well, when you dip it down in there, the butter attaches itself to the
Yep.
ear of corn,
Yeah.
and when you pull it back out, because it goes all the way down through the butter and into the water and then back out, it's just coated with butter. I mean, it's just insane. And we'd have about
That sounds
6 or 8 of those
yummy.
big cans out there to dip your ears of corn in. And there was
Dang.
always that one kid that you slapped the shit out of because he chewed up half of his cob, then he went and dipped it again. No, you can't be dipping. No,
No double dipping, man.
no. The
Dip with your damn
making you hungry. You might. Hey, I love that squirrel video. Man, I tell you what, I watch that and I'm going, yeah, I'd like to sit down and eat me some squirrel. I tell you what, until I was about 25 years old, I suppose, I ate squirrel all the time. I mean, I ate squirrel just about more often than I ever ate chicken. Squirrel hunting was a big deal to me, man. I go out squirrel hunting all the time. The only problem I had with squirrel hunting was my ex-wife could tell you all about that shit. Is when I decide I'm out of squirrel bait, right? Well, that meant I had to go to the municipal bar in town to get me some squirrel bait. And my ex-wife always said, yeah, squirrely bait, because you're in there getting squirrely and baiting yourself for a beating when you get home. That meant I was done squirrel hunting. I'm going to go in there and get some squirrely bait and piss off the ex-wife, yeah. She would come. She'd come into the bar and, what the hell are you doing in here? You're supposed to be out squirrel hunting. I had to come in here for some squirrely bait, Yeah.
Gemma. There's Gemma.
Hey, we'll see, old country. Oh, there's Gemma. Where the heck am I just looking at my thing here. Oh, I can't believe I
Hey,
didn't.
Gemma. Beautiful.
Yeah, good old Gemma. Love her. The the yeah, I kicked the link your way, Jim, if you want to come up. The but yeah, watching Roland with his project with the History Channel, right?
Love you too, Gemma. It's my weekend metal music, you know. Just started my weekend.
Yeah, come on, she has these
Daylight.
nighttime rides all week long. Let her have a night off, for God's sakes. What the hell's the matter with you, Harry? You got...
They're used to riding at night with me. Some of them want to ride with at night all the time.
My evenings have been tough, and I'm hoping I'll get beyond that, get rid of this tube, and get used to my diet.
Justin's always there, and metal music is there now and then.
Yeah, I watch quite often, but I don't chat or nothing. I'm watching on TV. My nights are tough because I'm trying to sock in the last calories of the day, and I feel just full and miserable for trying to eat so damn much, and I don't want to do nothing. So I'm just sitting there vegging, trying to eat.
Yeah.
So I'll watch, Oh, here she is. Hey, Gemma. Hi, sweetie.
Hello. How is everybody?
Good.
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm good. Working on videos as ever, trying to keep up to date with everything.
Awesome.
I've literally just finished my last script a few minutes ago. I've literally just finished. I've got a whole page to read out for my video for tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Just finished my script just now. So, yeah.
There you go.
Good work.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now you can relax. You got it done.
Yep. I can relax and come see you guys, so I can.
Awesome.
Yep. Just
Colin
treat
got
myself to some
home.
chocolate, and then I just refilled my drink bottle with some soda. So I've just got my soda in my bottle.
I've been sitting here thinking I should get some more coffee, but this is already my second 24-ounce coffee today, and I'm. These guys are blooming idiots, man. They told me, they said, on top of any liquids I get with my meals, they want me to consume 8 to 10 cups of additional water or clear liquids. I said, are you blooming mad? That's like 2 liters or more. And they said, yeah. They said, you should be consuming 2 to 3 liters of water every day. I said, I got to have that room for food. I got no room for all that water. Yeah, you're blooming crazy.
Oh my goodness.
And fortunately, I had this one dietitian. She told me, she said, make sure that you get 36 to 38 ounces minimum of liquids, clear liquids, and look at what your dietary take-in is and how much of that is liquid-based. She said, because you get to add those two together. She said, like if you're drinking milk, that's a liquid. It doesn't have to be clear liquid. Milk is almost all water. She said, so that counts. And I said, well, they keep telling me no, they want clear fluids. And she goes, that's BS. Don't even buy into it.
Wow.
And I've been having people lately that have been just challenging when I say, no, that's not for this, or you can't do that. You don't have to do that. And they're challenging me. Oh, you think you know everything? I just know what I know. I know what I've been told. I know what I've been shown.
You eat something watery like soup or something, so that counts too. So
Yeah.
that counts.
Eat watermelon.
Watermelon.
Watermelon, they say, is 98% water. It's only 2% fiber. And guess what? Watermelon has very little nutrition to it. It's fiber and water is really all what it is. And
Yeah.
but it's good for your digestive system. Plus it gives you the hydration.
It's clear. It's almost water.
Yeah, yeah. So you get to eat your water, and it tastes pretty good, It tastes better than that watermelon flavored water.
Yes,
Uh,
definitely.
and there are calories in watermelon. Uh, one wedge of watermelon's got 100 calories in it. So what the heck? I'll eat watermelon. That's good
Yeah,
in between
yummy.
meal.
Watermelon too.
Yeah, me double beer is clear and it's almost all water. It's the carbonation that I have an issue with.
Don't count all the other ingredients, right? Yeah.
Do I have to explain to my viewers about how a sphincter works? You have three sphincters in your digestive system. Most people don't know that. You've got one up here, and that's a valve that opens and closes. It opens when you swallow food. It closes when you breathe. The reason for that is so you don't fill your belly full of air, right? That's what that sphincter's for. Then you have another one that's at the top of your stomach, right where the esophagus comes to your stomach. That sphincter keeps what's in your stomach from coming back out. Once it's in the stomach, that sphincter closes up tight and doesn't let anything back out. But it'll open to let things in, right? The third sphincter, that one's way down south. Everybody knows what that one is. It only relaxes when you have to run to the loo to yeah.
We're all waiting for you to finish your sentence.
I'm trying to think of a discreet way of explaining that. Yeah, that sphincter stays closed so that things don't come out. Period.
Get it out.
But it relaxes and allows things to come out when it's necessary. Well, for me, the most important sphincter is the one in the middle. And that's the one they removed. When they removed the top 20% of my stomach and most of my esophagus, that sphincter was right in the middle of all that. So they took that out. So I sit here and eat until I feel like the food's right up here at my bottom jaw. I'm just like, ugh, I am stuffed full. It's almost up to this upper sphincter. Well, that upper sphincter ain't going to stop it from coming out, right? So whenever I eat, and that's something people don't understand, I have to stay vertical. From the waist up, I have to stay vertical for 1 to 2 hours so that the contents of my stomach can get into my intestines. Because if I lay down, just gravity, all the contents of my stomach wants to come right back out the way it came in. And it doesn't mean you're going to throw up. It's just coming out and you end up aspirating. You end up with fluids going down your lungs. Because you're breathing, you're not thinking, well, the food's going to come through that sphincter, right? Oh, yes, it will. Because it's made to let food in, not to stop it from coming out. Because that sphincter down in the center is supposed to stop it from coming out. So you can be laying down and actually drown from the contents of your stomach through aspiration. And so I got to sit up for an hour to 2 hours after I eat. And like a moron, I'll eat something that stuffs me just full at about midnight. So there I am sitting until 2 o'clock in the morning waiting before I can lay down, Damn it. I've learned how to sleep in my recliner sitting straight up.
Yep. I fall asleep anyways.
Yeah, my head bobs, but the rest of me stays vertical. I'm learning. Yeah. I'm not surprised there that Harry had to get his 2 cents in on that. The third sphincter is the one is relaxed until the doctor says turn and cough. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Harry. Yeah. The they don't do that so much anymore. The they like to take a look at your prostate through a CT, through a CAT scan, instead of physically examining like they used to, which that's my preferred method. You put me on that table and x-ray me and say, everything looks good. Thank you. Yeah, no bend over the exam table. And the doctor, no. What are you trying to do? Go mining or something? What the heck? No. Yeah.
Most of it's advanced now. They usually do it via, like you said, the CAT scans and stuff.
Yeah.
So they usually don't do it the other way anymore, I don't think.
Yeah, see, that's one thing I get a CAT scan. I'm going to be having a CAT scan done every 2 months for the next year. And that's to make sure that nothing is changing anywhere in my system. The CAT scan goes from my chest to about mid-thigh. They want to look at everything inside of me to make sure that nothing's changing with any of my organs while I'm going through this next phase of chemotherapy.
Yeah.
Hey, James, good to see you. The chemotherapy, I started that last Monday.
Okay.
And it went real well. Tuesday, I felt a little off.
It's never expected, I guess.
Yeah, they said the next day is when I'll feel anything. And I felt like I had swollen glands or something. And I called them and asked them, is that normal? They said, yeah, that's one of the side effects. They said, is it just uncomfortable or is it very painful? Is it restricting your breathing or eating? I said, no. And they said, bravo. They said, good for you. Because they said, actually, the first couple of visits on this chemo that I'm on, which is a active thyroid immune chemo, what it does is it builds my immune system. It overactivates my immune system. So it attacks any latent cancer cells that may be still in my body. They haven't been able to identify any. They did the PET scan and everything. They said we can't find any, but they could be mobile. They could be floating around in there. And they said this next step of chemo has an 80% success rate on targeting those cancer cells and attacking them and getting rid of them. So, but the problem is if there are any of those cancer cells, it'll attack them and kill them. But if it can't find any, it'll actually, your immune system is being told to be active, overactive. It might attack healthy cells. So they got to watch the side effects to make sure it's not attacking your liver or attacking your kidneys or attacking something because it can't find any cancer to attack. So, so they monitor it so damn close. And I was surprised. It went quick and easy. It's only an hour visit once a month. Well, once every 2 weeks for the next. They only got me doing it 3 weeks or 3 times every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then it's once a month for the rest of the year until March of next year of next year.
Yeah, metal music. I don't. MRI is the weirdest part. You'll hear sounds like a factory shit. Oh yes, when I had an MRI when I got run over several years ago, all I kept saying to the doctor when I came out is I can hear a boom 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 boom, and he was like, "Yeah, it's like photos of you," and I'm like, "What the hell is that?" You can hear that
throb. Yeah, you can
hear
that.
It was so loud.
Don't move.
Don't move.
How do you like those sticking machines when you go in them and the machine's talking to you and it says, breathe. Then it says, hold your breath. The machine says, hold your breath. So you take a deep breath. and they tell you don't move, and you're sitting there holding your breath, and you're just about turning blue, and then the machine says, "Breathe." Well, thanks, you son of a bitch. I almost passed out. You know, it ain't no person telling you, it's that machine.
I know when I had an MRI, they had to do it 3 or 4 times because I kept fidgeting. They're like, "You have to keep still. You have to keep still." And I ended up having a nurse go in there with me to keep me calm. I was getting so irate. I couldn't keep still long enough. She's like, "You need to keep still. You need to keep still." I'm like,
right.
Oh. That's a pain.
I was surprised when they had me do that barium to see if my surgical site where the esophagus and stomach were reattached, to see if there were any leaks in that site. Because a lot of times it'll heal and there'll be a couple of small holes in it that they didn't get to heal shut. And that barium will show whether there's a leak or not in that site. Well, you got to drink that damn barium. And they're x-raying you while you're drinking that stuff. And they're not behind a shield or nothing. They're not in the back room. They're watching a damn TV screen and watching your innards. I said, Is this safe? Is this safe for you people to be in here while I'm doing this? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm not. I don't know if I'm buying it or not, but you're the ones at risk. You know, I have to do this. You guys, I'd say, no, I want this shit in the back room and I'll watch from there. And I'll yell out at them, drink some more. You know, I wouldn't stand right. I mean, they're right next to me. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know.
When I had my MRI, I had to go to a specialist hospital because of how my autism affects me. They had to send me to a hospital where the MRI machine, a lot of the noises were turned off, because the first time when I went to the local hospital here, I couldn't cope with it, so they had to send me to a specialist autism. I had an autism unit to do it again on another machine.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I've known a couple of people they've had to sedate in order to be able to do MRIs on them. They had to sedate them so they're almost asleep when they do it, because they just can't not move. And
I
feel for those people.
Because the second time was horrendous. They sedated me by putting a little injection in my arm, and it literally just knocked me out to the point where I didn't know anything.
Yeah. And sometimes it's better that way. I know some of my procedures, I'll ask them, are you going to knock me out for that? And, well, no. Why not? And they'll say, well, it's really not necessary. It's not comfortable, but it's not necessary. To you?
Yeah, to you.
Yeah, knock me out. And they go, well, it's not good giving a person a lot of anesthesia like that. I said, I've never had a bad reaction to being put under. No, knock me out. Go ahead, knock me out. It really pissed me off when I found out that they do colonoscopies now. They put you in la la land. You don't even know what's happening. Nothing. When I had it done twice, they come out with that big old black snake, and we're going up the back door. We're checking everything out, and they shove that snake in you, and they fill your colon full of air so that it's puffed out and they can see better. Well, that hurts like hell.
I imagine so.
And when they removed that black snake, I yelled at the doctor. I told him, you better get out of the way, because I'm going to fart for 30 minutes. All that damn air you shoved in my butt. What the hell? And I was in so much pain. Damn nurse up by my head. They got you laying on your side. Damn nurse standing there, and she's got me by both wrists. And I go, why are you holding my wrist? She said, we've had people get combatant. Oh, no, that tells me right there. Why aren't you knocking me out? Well, I find out now they put you out down. You don't care. You don't know nothing.
You don't even know nothing.
Don't even know that's happening.
Wake up, it's all done.
It's all done. That peed me off. Oh, you got to come up with that after I went through that twice.
Yeah, so a couple of years ago, and I went to have my wisdom teeth out on my dentist, and she goes, I was sitting in the chair, she goes, are you ready, Gemma? I'm like, no, not really. I'm petrified of dentists. I can't stand them. and she literally started pulling my mouth open to get to the tooth that was like it was all swollen, and she literally put her finger down to my mouth and yanked it, and she was like, "Right, this is gonna hurt a little bit." I went, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" I said, "You're not pulling that out right now." I said, "You can send me to the hospital, knock me the hell out." I said, "I'm not being awake for that." She goes, "Oh, it'll be over in 5 minutes." I went, "I don't care. I'm not being awake. Send me to the hospital."
Well, and I'm a firm believer in why suffer if you don't need to, you know? That's, you know, does that, I don't know. Do they need you to suffer? I don't think so. I mean,
it's quicker being awake. You don't even feel it. I went, yeah, I have heightened emotions. I have heightened pain threshold. If you touch my teeth right now, I'm going to freak. You can send me to the hospital, knock me out. I'm not being awake. No, thank you.
Mental music talking about the dye. But I, you know, you go through a PET scan, and some of the, you know, if you're using contrast in an MRI or anything, makes you feel like you wet your pants, you know. There ain't nothing worse. You get that warm, kind of damp feeling in your crotch, and you're like, oh, I think I just peed the bed, you know, but you didn't. It just feels that way. The first couple times that you have that feeling, getting a contrast x-ray like that, you're just like, that is weird. That is strange. I gotta go. You know, no, you don't. It just feels that way. Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah. And there you go again. You just had to make me feel odd and miserable. I did have one of my cancer doctors ask me if I have a reoccurrence of any form of cancer or anything where they have to do another advanced surgery. Have I given any pre-thought to something like that? And I said, oh yeah. And he said, and what's your opinion about it? I said, it's not going to be too big of a deal, because I said, about a month, maybe 2 months before the surgery, I will postpone it as far out as I can. I'm going to say, but I'm in pain, so I need oxy. And you give me 30 oxy. They'll only give you a month's worth at the max, you know, because it's a controlled substance, you know. But if I can get 2 scripts of that, I got a high pain tolerance, man, and I just won't take that shit. And I'll have 60 of them with me. I come out of that surgery, and if it's recovery's anything like this last one, by day 4, Sty's going to bed for the last time, man. And I'm going to do it smoothly and painless. It's going to be, I'm having one last big meal on a prescribed. Yeah, it's the suffer no pain kind of approach, because I ain't going through that shit ever again. Never, ever, ever again. They had me talk to a group of cancer patients at the cancer clinic here.
Yeah.
And when I walked out of that group, I felt bad. I left 7 people, 4 of them men, in tears. I walked out and I apologized to the person that set up this meeting. I said, I hope I didn't do those people any harm. And she said, we'll know. We'll keep you posted. Hi, Mystic Bunny. Good to see you, Jan. But they got back to me. It was about 2 weeks later, and said not a single person from the group had a bad thing to say about your presentation. In fact, she said the ones that reacted emotionally about it, they're still going through the process of what they're going to have to go through. But they appreciate the fact you told them what the doctors won't tell you.
Yeah.
You're on one hell of a miserable trip you're going to take. This is not going to be freaking easy. It's going to hurt. It's going to be miserable. You're going to want to give up.
Most people want honesty.
You will get over it, But it's going to probably be the toughest thing you got to go through. I was surprised because 3 of these 11 people that were there, 3 of them said they see it as now they're expecting the worst. It's going to be so miserable. I don't know if I can bear it. And I said, well, that makes me feel bad that I left them feeling that way. And this gal said, no, they appreciate it because they're saying, even if it doesn't reach that severity that they've got themselves all worked up to expect, it'll be better than what you said. It won't be as bad. And I said, good. Because I went into it with a totally different frame of mind than I should have. They had me thinking so positive. It's going to be a breeze. You're going to go through your surgery. You'll be in the hospital for a week, and then you'll be pretty well recovered, and we'll send you home. I wasn't even near recovered when they sent my ass home. And when they sent my ass home, I was unprepared. I didn't know how to properly tube feed myself. I didn't know how to change all the dressings because they didn't remove the chest, the abdomen tube, catheter, any of the nasal tube, all got removed just hours before I was discharged. And they didn't coach me on how often I should change the dressings out, anything, how I should manage those sites. And it was almost 3 weeks later before a couple of those spots even healed shut because I wasn't actually taking care of them properly. But they didn't give me any post-surgical education whatsoever, even on the tube feeding. So I learned all of that from my local medical people, from mostly nurses. I tell you what, I got a lot more faith in nurses than I do in some of the doctors, man.
Oh, yeah.
Those nurses are all hands-on. I've been to our emergency room twice since my surgery, local emergency room, and 2 of those emergency room doctors, if I ever go in again, I'm calling ahead before I show up and ask who's on duty tonight. And if it's either one of those 2, I ain't going in there.
You can hear
those 2 doctors, the last doctor, going through this whole process, my blood pressure went insane on me. It was about 200 over 150.
Damn.
And it dropped down to 185 over 103. And
still hypertension.
I called a hotline, medical line that I got access to, and said, okay, this is what the scoop. It was over 200 over, and I blah, blah, blah. And then I just sat relaxed for about 15 minutes and checked it again. And it was still 180 over 103, 105.
Wow.
She said, if you have the ability to have someone take you directly to the emergency room, do it. Otherwise, call an ambulance.
Yeah.
Okay. So fortunately, Running Water was home. It was while he was home. So he ran me to the emergency room. Now, the staff at the front of the emergency room were good. They saw us pull up. And they saw me struggling getting out of the truck. I mean, I was dizzier than shit. I just could, man, they just, don't move. And they ran out with a wheelchair, got me in the wheelchair, got me in there, got me immediately in the emergency exam room. And the first nurse that came in, I knew her from years ago. She was in charge of the cardiac unit for cardiac rehab back when I had my heart surgery and had to go through all that rehab. So I knew her quite well, and actually know her family well. But she's so calm and relaxing, and she's walking through everything, doing my vitals. She goes, oh yeah, your blood pressure's high. Yeah, blood pressure. She said, we're going to be checking your blood pressure about every 10 minutes until that doctor gets in here to see you. Well, that doctor didn't come in and see me for almost 20 minutes. during that 20 minutes, my blood pressures dropped right down to normal. And I think it was her. Just the way she was so relaxed, and she kept me calm. And that doctor comes in and he says, well, we're going to have a CAT scan done on you, an EKG. So they did those. Gets me back in the room. Then the doctor comes in and he says, well, CAT scan didn't show anything. EKG's good. He says, sit up. And I sat up in the bed. Puts his stethoscope on my back, says, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. He moves it to the front, says, take another deep breath. Take another deep breath. Every doctor I've ever had do that. 2 breaths on each. You take 2 deep breaths on both sides, front and back.
Yeah.
Not this guy. 1 on each, and you're done. He says, I really don't know what you're doing in here. I think your problem is you were just having a bad case of acid reflux. I said, and I said, I got a diagnosis for you, doc. And he goes, what do you mean a diagnosis for me? I said, one that matches the one you just gave me. And he goes, and what would that be? And I said, I said, you've got a bad case of asshole reflux. From fuck. And I said, that's it. I said, get this goddamn IV out of my arm. I'm getting the hell out of here. the nurse come in right away. She's getting that shit all undone. She goes, well, you got to stay until we get your discharge papers. I said, mail them to me. I said, I'm getting the hell out of here. I got dressed and I'm heading out the door, and one of the gals comes running out with the discharge papers. Said, here, you got to take these with you. Okay. I said, that's some bitching doctor. What a moron. What a moron.
The problem is, some of the doctors, I've noticed it over here, like when I went into hospital last year with a really bad panic attack, and I was hospitalized for 6.5 hours, and the doctor spoke to me about absolute trash. He goes, you're absolutely overhyping this, Gemma. He goes, you're just overthinking everything. You need to calm down. And I'm like, I'm in a state where I can't breathe. My blood pressure's through the roof. I don't feel well. He goes, just calm down. Just calm down. I'm like, you're not helping me. The more you tell me to calm down, the more my anxiety is going to go through the roof. I ended up being there 6.5 hours. I was in such stress. And he was like, you've done this to yourself. And I'm like, no, I haven't. I said, I don't know what's happened to me. I don't know why I feel ill. And he was just literally yelling at me the whole time. And I got home. He rang me the next day. He was like, what was that about? I was like, well, you tell me. I don't know. Like, you're the doctor, not me.
Right. Yeah, doctor wants your advice, right? Well, that's like running water, that poor guy. Okay, he's been on the same blood pressure med for years. Well, last year he goes in for his annual wellness check through the company he works for. They require their drivers to have these wellness checks, and if you don't do them, your insurance rates start to climb. So he went in, had his wellness check done, and he told the doctor, he says, well, he said to his doctor, I'm glad that we scheduled this when we did, because I'm out of my blood pressure med. And he says, I need that renewed for a year. Doctor says, oh, I'm not going to renew that. And he goes, why wouldn't you? He said, you guys took my vitals and my blood pressure is up again, which makes sense because I've been off the med for about a week. And he said, otherwise it's typically normal. And the doctor said, the reason your blood pressure is up is you're overweight, you don't get enough exercise, blah, blah, you eat the wrong things, blah, blah, blah. And Running Water said, you're probably right. That's probably why I have that high blood pressure. And he says, but I do need the med to keep it down. Doctor says, no, you need to make lifestyle changes, then you won't need the med. And Running Water asked the same question I would have asked. In other words, I'm supposed to die of a stroke or some shit like that while I'm waiting to lose weight and get my diet squared away. And he says, as far as exercise, I drive flatbed truck and I'm climbing and tarping and working constantly all the time. Don't tell me I need exercise. The doctor says,
Can you guys hear that? There's elk out there.
oh, no, are they bugling?
Yeah, they've been bugling for a while now.
They just started bugling. They started bugling here yesterday. I was running around the Forest Service, the to the campgrounds, but on those back roads, that's all of our elk habitat area down there. And
Yeah.
I was hoping I'd catch a few out on the road. Had the GoPro with in case I did, and hoping I'd catch some bull that's middle of the rut come walking out, because they'll stand right out in the middle of the road and bugle, and
Yeah.
they don't give
They're
a
come
shit.
through my yard all the time. Usually not when I'm sitting here. They're so skittish. Any movement, they're gone.
And I made one stop, just got out to stretch my legs a bit, and I could hear them. They had to have been within a half mile of me. Could hear a bull out there bugling, and I just like, you son of a bitch, come out here in the open so I can see you. You know, and I
got them on my surveillance cameras.
That's one thing I want to buy this winter, use next summer quite a bit, is I want to get a couple of trail cams and set them out in a couple of spots. Yeah. I wish I had one right now out here, because I've got coons getting in my big trash can out here, and it's got a big old lid on it, right? And they managed to lift that lid up, jump in there. A coon ain't big enough to go in there without that lid closing when there's only one bag at the bottom of that bin. So he's jumping down in there, tears that bag up, and then pops back out. And I want to catch him. I want to catch him at it, you know. And now I've seen coon shit on the sidewalk in the back, but haven't seen the coon yet. So he's coming in the middle of the night. And
they're close. I don't know where they are, but they're close.
Yeah. But that coon is good. He's quiet. I never hear that garbage can lid open and closing. And yesterday he drug a couple things out of the garbage can, had them laying in the yard I had to pick up. And so last week I had put a big cinder block on top of that garbage can. Well, the lid of it is made out of plastic and it wasn't strong enough. So it made the plastic cave in. Had to take that off and pop the lid back up. So now I put a piece of firewood on it. I look out there this morning, and that coon knocked that. It had to have been close to 20 pounds, that piece of firewood, big piece of firewood. He got it rolled off of there and crawled in that damn garbage can anyway. Dang coons, man. And being in town, I can't go out there with the shotgun, you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun. $500 fine for shooting something in your backyard here. So yeah, me dibble. Isn't it weird? Things that can happen. Yeah. I see me dibble said on there, and now that's in your record. You're not getting oxycodone again. I beg to differ. He didn't put it in my record. I don't know where you are, what you get to see, but here in the U.S., you have the right to see every single one of your medical records, and I get it all through what they call a medical portal. So I see all of the post.
We can see our medical records over here, but we have to apply to see them. So we have to either write a letter to our doctor, or we have to write a letter to the local hospital requesting access to our medical records.
See, here we can get it online, but they have to set you up online so that you can access those records.
Yeah.
And the post-visit summary with that doctor doesn't even mention it. And in fact, no, it's sitting in the other room. He gave me a prescription for oxycodone last Monday. for 30 oxycodone, even after I had said that. So he knows better. He knows better. He told me, in fact, he said, yeah, he said, if you're at that point where you're going to swallow a bottle of oxy, he said, I wouldn't blame you. He said, the shit you've been through, he says, you can take a lot. And he said, I really don't think there's another surgery that we can do on you that is going to exceed what this was. He said, this is about as major as they get. And I said, somebody should have told me that before I went into it, that it was going to be that bad. And he says, yeah, but then you probably would have said, no, you ain't doing it. And he said, and the fact that it was done probably saved your life. I said, yeah, okay. It was bad, but yeah, I get a kick.
They hang out in those trees across the road.
I get a kick out of it when every once in a while you'll catch them on the camera. They come strolling through. Yeah, that was where we had our. If you guys want to keep hanging out, I don't care. I got a little extra time this afternoon. But where we lived in northwestern Montana, off grid, that was a beautiful property up there, right smack in the middle of the Cabinet Wilderness. Big, huge meadow with 12 trout ponds out in that meadow, and the elk. You said every day you'd see them crossing the ridge across from our property, and 3-4 times a week they'd be herded up right down there in the meadow by the trout ponds. They'd be all herded up or bedding down out in that open big meadow, and it was just the right elevation around the neighboring area around them that they had a good line of sight, so they felt pretty safe in there. And but yeah,
I can't wait to show you my video that I'll be doing next weekend. I'm going to my cousin's wedding. She's getting married in a barn, so I'm gonna
neat.
I'm gonna vlog it on my phone and upload it. She's getting married in an old like a farmyard barn with a thatched cottage and everything. So I'm gonna record it all on my phone and upload it.
Great, that's neat. That's neat.
And I've got permission from my cousin to do it. She said I'm allowed to upload the ceremony, so I can see, you guys can see a British wedding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Hey, Mystic Bunny, you were canning salsa last Sunday when you were up here chatting. Yeah. Boy, they harvested their garden now. They're busy canning. Yeah.
Tulsa's one thing I've never liked. I've tried it. I just don't like it.
Yeah, me Dibble, I could use an air rifle on them. I've got a way I can use a subsonic 22 and quiet that down that it's about a fourth of the sound of a firecracker. Nobody'd ever think it was a rifle shot, but I don't want to have to deal with a dead raccoon either. I don't want to go through the work of skinning them out and processing the hide. And I don't want to just pitch his carcass somewhere around here. We got coyote problems the way it is. I'd just draw the coyotes in here. Then I'd wish I could go out there with the shotgun. So yeah.
We don't really get much trouble with rodents like that here. We get like rats or like mice, but that's about it. We don't really tend to get big animal problems.
We get possums.
Do ya?
Yeah, once in a while.
See, that's weird here. I don't understand why, but it's Highway 8 through Wisconsin, goes east to west, kind of splits the north from the south. You can go 10 miles south of Highway 8. Oh, yeah, you'll run into possums. Cross Highway 8, You never see a possum, ever. We'd never seen a possum up here. And I watch for these critters all the time. Every critter I can get my eyes on. Never seen a possum. Just a few miles south of Highway 8, possums. There's possums all over. And it's like, what the hell? Those possums have a, kind of like a private agreement that we just don't cross that highway. We just don't go north or something. Yeah, we don't see any possums. The one thing I don't like up here is the skunks. And that's why I don't like the raccoons dragging trash out of the garbage can, because the skunks don't try to get in the garbage can. But if it's outside the garbage can, then they'll come around. And them damn skunks, man, they are terrible. And we've got 3 feral tomcats that roam this neighborhood. And the one, I call him Jack, and he's the best, man. That every time he comes into the yard, give him 5 minutes. He's got a big old mole or a mouse in his mouth. He keeps the rodents out of our place. But if skunks start hanging around, skunks and cats do not get along, man. I don't know what it is, but cats and skunks will fight like hell. And those cats piss them off, and then the skunk sprays everything. So you end up with that skunk stink in your yard constantly. Yeah, I'm not a fan of skunks. Yeah.
No.
Got groundhog. Huh.
Talking of skunks and things, like my late grandmother used to have like a wild garden in her bungalow, and she used to attract skunks and moles and badgers and all sorts of wild creatures. I remember going around her one time and she goes, "Come here, but you got to be quiet." I'm like, "Okay." And I stepped outside and I was creeping through the grass, and all of a sudden she goes, "Look behind you." And she turned my head. This mole just goes whoop, right behind me. I'm like, "Whoa, what the hell was that?" It was huge. I've never seen one before. That was huge. And she goes, "Keep still." And all of a sudden I see this little head pop up at me. I'm like, "What was that?" It was, I've never seen one before. That was kind of...
What was it?
A mole.
Oh, a mole?
Yeah.
We've got moles here that are quite large. They're about the size of the ground as a gopher, They're pretty big moles.
Yeah. Hey, Chuck.
It's good to see you, Chuck.
Pet skunk.
Yeah, me dibble. Pet skunks. I had a buddy that had a pair of them, and two of them that I met. Got to pet one of them. I didn't much care for him. Didn't trust him, But he would actually take skunk kits, de-stink them, and then he'd sell them as pets to people back when he was able to get away with it. But he said that's the secret. You got to de-stink them when they're little kits. You can't wait until they're mature and then try to de-stink them. It just doesn't seem to work. He said you got to get them when they're little kits, and then you de-stink them, and then he says, but it never 100% eliminates the odor. He said it pretty much so eliminates it, But he said still, if they get a little too excited, you get a little whiff of that skunky excretion, and
You're always seen, Chuck.
Yeah, good to be seen.
You're always seen, Chuck. I always see you in
I always notice Chuck. I can't go without noticing Chuck.
No.
Oh man, I was doing a live stream one time, and my cat. I was outside when we had the yard sales out there, and I was sitting out there doing live stream. Actually, I think we were on Benny Loco's live stream, and my cat Smokey brings me up a bunny with no head. Had no head on it. He had already beheaded it. He just brought me the body. I looked down, I'm like, what the heck is that? Like, oh my God, it's a bunny. Yeah, Smokey disappeared now, but oh my God, he used to bring us everything. Everything. Mice, moles, squirrels, bunnies, whatever he could catch.
That's one thing, them damn cats. I mean, when we were living up in the back country, we had one cat with us up there.
You'd always behead him.
Middle of the night, I'd feel that cat. I'd be laying on my back, and I'd feel that cat on my chest, and it'd be growling.
Oh, God.
And I'd wake up and I'd look at the cat, and it'd have a big old mouse or something in its mouth, and it's looking me in the face, growling. And once it realized I was awake and I saw the mouse, I'd say, "Good job. Now get the fuck off me." And the cat would run off then with it. But every time it caught one, it had to come and show that some bitch to me. It didn't matter what time of day, middle of the night. And then one morning, I had these rubber boots, hunting boots. And it was that time of year, just wet and muddy. So I'm wearing them almost every day. I wake up that morning, and there's a cat. Half the cat's inside one of my boots.
Oh, God.
And I thought, that dumb cat, So I grabbed the boot, the cat, and pulled them apart. I said, "You moron, stay out of my boots." Well, when I went to put that boot on, it felt like there was a crumpled up sock down in the toe of the boot.
Oh.
And I thought, oh, shit, there's a sock in the boot. So I stuck my hand down in there, and I, what the hell? And I pulled it out. Yeah, there's a mouse. And he starts squealing and squeaking and freaking out. Next thing I know, that cat's climbing me, burying its claws in my leg, climbing my leg after the mouse in my hand. And I thought, you son of a bitch, chasing him in my boots now like that. Yeah.
It was trapped. He had it trapped.
Yeah.
Ew.
The one pet, that wild pet, that they're cute, but unless you're willing to put up with a lot of mess, you don't want a pet raccoon. I tell you what, you do not want one. I had two friends that had pet raccoons, and the hell those raccoons raised was just not worth it, man. The one fella, his raccoon went in his room and was knocking shit off the shelves and everything. He was just being mischievous. So he went in there with a rolled up newspaper and he swatted that raccoon across the butt with it. "Get out of there!" And the raccoon ran out of his room. That night, he woke up in the middle of the night because he had this weird feeling on his forehead. And he touched his forehead and he goes, "What the hell?" And he looked up, and there's that raccoon on the headboard of his bed with his butt hanging over it, taking a dump on him.
Oh, my God.
The raccoon was crapping on his head for smacking him that day. That thing was nasty. And the other guy had this very expensive, now mind you, this is in the 1970s. He paid over $600 for this leather, high back, on the wheels office chair, heavy mahogany arms on it. It was beautiful leather. He owned a gas station that was in his office at the gas station. And he had a pet raccoon. And that raccoon kept climbing up the chimney of that gas station and getting his butt stuck up in there. And he'd have to go up on the roof with this big long pole. He had like this burlap bag stuffed full of cotton or something tied to the end of that pole, and he'd push it down, and he'd have to push that raccoon back out of the chimney.
Oh my God!
Rob, welcome.
And that damn raccoon one day, I pulled in that gas station, and I told he come out to the pump, and I said, "Fill her up." He starts filling it up.
You could, Rob. I know you could.
And I told him, I said, "Where's that raccoon of yours?" He goes, "Oh, he's in the gas station. He's in the office." I said, "Oh." I want to see him before I pull out. He goes, you'll see him. You come in and pay inside. And he finished, put the gas in, checking it. That's back in the days when they did full service, man. Check the tire pressure, check your oil, fill your tank, wash all your windows. And he heads in. I get out of my car and I'm heading in. I could hear him in there raising, holy hell. And I thought, who in the hell's he fighting with? I got in there and it's the raccoon. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch. He's yelling. And I looked and there's that he had only had that chair about a week. There's that chair with all of its stuff and sticking out through all these holes that raccoon chewed through the leather and pulled the stuffing out. That raccoon was reaching in there and pulling the stuffing out of that chair. That chair looked terrible. It looked like a sheep with the mange. And I go, oh my God, didn't you pay like $600 for that chair? He says that, I look at it this way. That's what it costs for that stinking raccoon's funeral, $600.
Oh my gosh.
His funeral for $600. Yeah, he didn't kill the raccoon. But boy, that raccoon had it coming that day.
You've got a new subscriber, Sty, that's new to your channel.
That's great.
Oh, too tall. That used to be Mother Nature. It's not real. It's fake. That one there. She left it here when she moved away. I got that one there.
Yeah. Real bonsai trees. I knew a fella back in the 70s again that he lived out on an island on the lake we lived on. And he lived out on the island and he had to get back and forth by boat all summer, and then in the winter, once the ice froze up enough, he'd drive back and forth. But he'd go out to his place, and he traveled the world. He was all over the world, and he would buy all these neat pieces of furniture, different artifacts and things from all over the world. And he had 3 live bonsai trees. And there was a couple of times I'd stop in there with my boat and go up to visit him. And you go in the house and he'd go, let's make this quick. And I go, oh, you got something planned? And he goes, I'm trimming a bonsai. And I cannot have a single distraction while I'm doing that. He says, I can take a $3,000 bonsai and fuck it up with just the wrong snip. I go, oh shit, okay. But those bonsais were just, they looked fake because they were so perfect all the time. And then you'd see when he's working on one, the little tiny clippings that are on the desk where he's been clipping that bonsai. He says, oh, you got to treat them like babies. He said, they're so fragile. They don't like changes in their environment. They don't like over pruning. You can ruin a bonsai so easy, on and on. He was just anal about his bonsais. I just like, okay. But he had the neatest table I ever seen. It was in India that he got it. 8 layers deep. Each layer was mahogany, hand-carved mahogany, and it was in relief where you could see through it. And each of those layers, if you stood over it and looked in, it looked 3-dimensional. The scenery. It had a mountain at the very back. You could see in the distance with something in front of it, something in front of that, buildings and people. But all those layers in that table with this big sheet of glass over it. And he said, in India, it cost him the equivalent of $5,000. And he said it cost him another $2,000 to have it safely shipped to the U.S. So that he got it in the condition he bought it. And he said it was all hand carved, the whole thing. And obviously the man was independently wealthy. He made me sick that way. I was just like a pig. That guy, he didn't. And And I think I know how he got independently wealthy. He was cheap.
Good night, me Dibble. Take care.
Yeah, you have a good one there, me Dibble. You take care of yourself this week.
Too tall, Rob. That is Mother Nature. She lived here before she moved to Benny Locos. Well, she lived here before she moved to Worthington, before she moved to Benny Locos, before she moved to the Ozarks.
Yeah.
She's been all over the place the past couple of years.
Obviously, you're in Kansas, though, now. So soon we can say, well, you're not in Kansas anymore? Dorothy?
He's in Wisconsin, Rob.
Yeah, I'm in Wisconsin. Yeah. Yeah, we're not that foreign. Yeah. We might be a little different than the rest of the country, but we're not that different. Come on. You know. Oh, you're one of them Wisconsinites, eh? Yeah. Yeah.
I used to be.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Yeah. Was that LCO?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was down there just a couple of weeks ago, run into the casino. I hadn't been in there for a couple of years, and I run in their casino to see if their casino manager was still there and talk to some of the staff that I used to work with down there. And yeah, they're all still there. I said, that's amazing. I mean, that people at LCO seem to be able to keep their jobs for years and years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like Red Cliff and Bad River where you get all new staff about every 3 years. I mean, they rotate staff so fast that it's ridiculous. But LCO's done a good job about keeping their people on.
There's only maybe 6 or 7 of us originals left at mine.
Oh, yeah?
But there are people that's been there for a long time, like 20 years or so.
Uh-huh.
Almost as long. 28 years this month.
Wow.
28 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
But, it's nuts. What? Oh my gosh! Just for smoking a turkey.
Holy cow!
Wow, that's it. That's a bad fine.
$100 to $1,000 fine. That's nuts. See, that's here in the town of Ashland, Wisconsin. You can't have any open fires on your property unless it's for recreational purposes, and it has to be within a steel or stone fire pit.
Yeah.
The fire pit cannot be over 4 feet in diameter. Well, our fire pit's about just shy of 3 feet. And I've got huge brush piles out here. They gotta go. They're all getting burnt in that fire pit.
I got a little teeny barbecue area that I barbecue for us. Just me and Olcott.
I got a little barbecue out on our back, little deck that we got. And that's because I cook for myself. I cook a single burger on it or a small steak or something. Mm-hmm. And everybody's, why don't you have a nice big gas barbecue in this? I said, I'm not grilling and chilling with Mojo. I'm not going to compete with him. No. I'd love to have one of those big Blackstone grills and that. But I don't have people coming over for barbecues. And I would need a crowd if I'm going to have a barbecue that big. There was a day when I did.
Rob, I'll drop Native Kuta's channel link in the chat for you. Hold on.
Native Kata. You were on Benny Locos with me one time when I was making kratom capsules. She done an 8-hour stream that day. No, or almost 9 hours, I think. It was crazy. I went on that day. I wasn't expecting to stay on that long.
Yeah.
Crazy.
See, that's me too, Rob. When I'm camping, almost every meal I make is in cast iron. I mean, cast iron, open fire, sometimes on a Coleman stove.
I'll put it in here. Oh, you did. Okay, thank you, Gemma. I was just gonna do it.
Okay.
If it's raining like a bugger, I'll cook on a Coleman stove in my little.
There you go, Rob. I
shelter.
just linked Native Coots' channel in the chat for you, so you can go over there.
There you go. Yeah, you prefer not to remember?
Just remember the things he said. No, I'm just kidding.
Did I say that? Really?
Yeah, I remember.
Ah, doggone it.
A good memory.
I choose not to remember, but that's okay because everybody else seems to remember. Yeah. That's why I prefer to give full disclosure, because everybody, if they caught me at it, I don't have to say nothing. Yeah, the world's going to hear about it. Yeah.
Everything that I talk about on my channel is linked. Like if I use articles or websites, I link everything in my video description. So if someone says, "Oh, well, you said this," I'm like, "Well, go and check this out. This is where I got it from." There you go. And there's nothing.
Now they have the transcripts.
Yeah, essentially everything that I talk about is linked. So I'm like, if you've got a question and you want to know an article or the author, go here, go here, go here. And it's all links, and there isn't any questions.
I got the transcript.
And most of the time, like I said, or either that, or if you want, like I said, I show people my video scripts. I'm like, if you want the proof of what I talked about, I'll email you the script what I talked about. So at least then you've got proof of what I talked about. So that's another way of backing up what I do anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So YouTube sent me an email a couple of days ago. They said to me that in the 8 years that I've been on YouTube, I've done 1,300 videos. I'm like, wow, I didn't realize that was that many. Wow.
Yeah.
Dang it. How long has she been on?
That's like, I got in a discussion with somebody today that turned into somewhat of an argument about a med. And they said that a specific med was for controlling diabetes. And that med was Lipitor. I said, no, the purpose of Lipitor is cholesterol and for heart issues. Said, absolutely not. They said, absolutely not. It's a diabetic med. I said, I've been diabetic for over 20 years, and not once have I had any doctor related to my diabetes even suggest Lipitor for controlling my diabetes. But I was on Lipitor for almost 2 years for cholesterol, and that was during my heart problem years. And they got so upset with me. They said, absolutely, I was totally wrong, and that I must know everything because I've been diabetic for 20 years. So that makes you 100% the official word on diabetes. And I said, yeah, okay. I said, I've been down that damn road for 20 years, asking every question. I don't hold back to ask what's what and what does what. But all of a sudden I was totally wrong that Lipitor is not, it does work for cholesterol, but it's intended for diabetic management. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with diabetes. Any doctor that's prescribing Lipitor for diabetes needs to learn some things about diabetes. Yeah. Now, if you said metformin or glyburide, I'd say, oh yeah, no, those are the two most common. But you say Lipitor, and I go, no, you got cholesterol problems. That's what that's for. And
oh man, Benny Loco's husband lost his foot, and he lost his leg, his lower leg, because of diabetes.
Yeah, and it's hell. I mean, it's especially amongst our.
He burnt his feet, and they wouldn't heal properly, and he ended up getting gangrene. And, oh my God, he was so sick. And they finally just took his leg off.
So many of my dear friends, tribal friends, lost limbs, digits. The one friend of mine, Kenny, he was such a good buddy of mine. He was an old boy at the time. He was about 70 years old, and three of his fingers on his left hand turned black. These three, they turned black, and they said they could amputate them. However, they were concerned that because of the healing problems with the diabetes, they said actually they didn't want to amputate them. They wanted to take it at the wrist. Because they felt that would continue into his hand. Mm-hmm. And then if it went gangrene on him, then it becomes the issue of they'll probably take his arm up at his elbow. Wow. And so what they opted to do was they said, your fingers have died, because he couldn't bend them. He could physically move them, but he couldn't bend them like this. And they just got blacker and blacker, and they died, and they just dried up. And they finally broke off. Yeah. He'd wake up some morning, and one of the fingers would be falling off. And all three of them broke off. And the misery that poor guy went through. And then he lost his right leg up to the knee and his left foot. And old Kenny, he was an avid commercial fisherman up in Red Cliff with the Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. And he couldn't fish anymore, of course, and that was killing him, that he couldn't be out on our inland sea, Mm-hmm. And even though he couldn't physically manage the nets anymore, they get him out there, and they had a chair just made for him on the tug, and he'd sit there and he'd fillet walleye on the whole trip, man, because that boy fillet fish. And then it got to the point where he couldn't even do that. And then when he lost his fingers and his foot and leg, just sitting at home, it kills a man like that,
Yeah.
But God bless him. He passed away in his sleep. So his wife felt much better about that.
Nice way to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that when Rob's talking about selling the jet ski before he breaks his neck.
I was watching Benny. I wasn't on chat no more. It's Benny.
Oh, yeah.
She's in her car. She's driving.
Oh, yeah.
She always is.
Yeah. Oh, who do we know that's like that,
I don't know.
I don't know anybody like that. No.
I was driving somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, you ride with me, and then I'll ride with you. Oh, she just went off.
Yeah, Mystic Bunny, I've got diabetic family members, and I've been there when things have been really rough, and you've had to see him go through hospital struggles and medications, and it's not easy.
Yeah, Mystic Bunny. They put me on Lipitor because at that time my diabetes, we were having a lot of management problems with it. It was spiking all the time, and when you got high blood sugars, a lot of times along with that comes high cholesterol. There's effects, cross effects, and they'll throw you on Lipitor, but it's to control the cholesterol, and it's just that diabetes can be so hard on your heart, and Lipitor is a precautionary treatment to make sure that your heart's not under too much burden.
Thank you, Rob, for the subscribe to my channel. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, Mystic Bunny. Yeah. My father was diabetic, and when I was diagnosed with diabetes, it was back
I think he
in
was already subscribed to mine, I think.
1998. Yeah. Care for a friend of mine.
Looking at
Out on the farm several years. She was elderly with diabetes. Yeah, man, one of the worst. It sure can be. I mean, some folks with diabetes, if you have the ability and a good understanding, yeah, and a good understanding of the disease and how to manage it, and it takes a lot of time and effort. You can pretty well live a normal life without too much of a problem. If you're type 2, type 1s, man, type 1s have it tough, man. I've got I had 3 friends, lost one. The diabetes finally took him. I had to watch him go through neuropathy to the point where he had no feeling left in his hands.
Oh.
He could grab something that's white hot and burn the skin right off his hand, and he wouldn't even feel it. The neuropathy got to the point where his nerves actually died in his hands and his feet. Well, the neuropathy in his feet and legs got so bad he was almost unable to walk, and so he was wheelchair bound for quite a while. Then he went blind. And that's one thing you got to be careful with the diabetes is your eyesight. And he ended up going blind. Now get this, his whole career, all the way starting in the late 1970s, his whole career was IT technician. And I mean, he was sharp. He knew everything IT, man. He was such a computer ace. I hired him, and that was the last time he had an actual job. I hired him, and he stayed on for 6 years. But he was such a great IT tech, man. Slightest little problem, what we saw as a little problem, he'd come in and check stuff out, and he'd say, major problem. And he'd tell us what's going on. He knew exactly what was going on technically with all of our computer equipment. And he always had the answer. He was an ace. But the type 1 diabetes, he survived quite a long time. He lived to be 51, which is a good long life for someone that's type 1. And that's the whole thing. Diabetes is so.
Yeah, I got a couple of brothers that have it. It's scary. Samantha.
Sent the link your way, girl. Yeah, I'm streaming late today. What the heck?
He wants all the girls up there. That's what he wants.
I like surrounding myself with the ladies. You can tell Sty's getting back to himself, ain't he?
The girls up here.
Yeah, Rob,
get the girls up here.
You have to make the most of every day. Yeah, you do have to make the most of every day, Rob. Absolutely.
Yeah, Samantha, totally understood, girl. Yeah, she's getting all packed up and doing her moving. I was glad that you shared your experience with your landlord. That was very upsetting to me. I did property management for Well, I was a public housing director, executive director, certified by the U.S. government. Who gives a shit? Yeah. Hey, I had people say, "Oh, you ought to be proud of yourself, Sty. You're in the National Register of Executive Directors. You can handle up to 5,000 residential units. That's the level of executive director you are." And I said, "Yeah, I know. I was going to try to get the position as the executive director of the Minneapolis Housing Authority." Well, Minneapolis Housing Authority had 4,100 units, and I wanted to be the top dog for that operation. Thank God I didn't do that shit. I'm so glad I decided to go to work for a Native American tribe, and I started out with 135 units, left with 156. We built a few houses after I was there, but it was more enjoyable. I knew all my residents and everything. But what happened with Samantha Lee and her landlord was totally unprofessional, and depending on the state, I don't know Alaska's tenant rights by statute. So, but it depends on the state. Some states don't give a lot of tenant rights, or they don't have it stated in a statute. Some really have a lot involved in their tenant rights statutes. Here in Wisconsin, there's a lot in the tenant rights statutes. Now, here in Wisconsin, if I would have been in that situation that Samantha was, and they showed up and they said, they give me a 5-day notice, and you're supposed to give 30-day notice. Well, here in Wisconsin, if someone came to me and said, you got to get out, and they gave me a 30-day notice, I could say, oh, okay. In Wisconsin, you have to give a 28-day notice minimum. Huh? 26? There?
Well, I don't know what it is here. I own my house. I don't know. I haven't read it for a long time.
Oh, but that here in Wisconsin, they bumped it to 28 days. Yeah. They're fighting for 30.
It's, I believe here, it's 21 days. They have to before they kick you out.
But people don't understand. They can give you a 20, whatever. It can be 20 days or 25 days or 30 days. They give you the notice. All right. You don't get out by that time. Now what they have to do is they have to petition the court for an eviction. It goes to court, and by the time you get through the court process, you've just added another 30 days to it. So if you're not completely out by the eviction date, you can drag it out in court just long enough to get yourself the hell out of there. And these landlords here in Wisconsin have learned you want to be on the good side of your tenant. You know, you want your tenant, if you want to give them a 30-day notice or whatever, most landlords here just do a 30-day. You know, it's so easy to just remember. 30 days. They give you a 30-day notice, but they'll give you like a 2-month warning that they're going to give you that 30-day notice.
Yeah.
And so that they give you plenty of time to find another place, get your things moved. And if you're not out by the end of that 30 days, they are justified then to go for an eviction order from the court because they give you all the opportunity in the world. But we got slumlords here too that are assholes about it. They'll give you the 30-day notice, and they'll harass you almost every day for that 30 days to get the hell out, get the hell out, get the hell out. And then you're going to be 3 days beyond that 30-day notice. They file the eviction, and you finally do get out. While the eviction is filed, you still have to go to court and tell the judge, well, I got out on the 3rd of the month, not on the 31st of the prior month. I didn't have a choice, Your Honor, blah, blah, blah. And the judge will say, well, what's your rent? Just to make numbers easy, $600 a month. Well, okay. So you owe your landlord $6 because we're prorating it by the day.
They prorate it.
Yeah. And the landlord don't get nothing out of it except the inconveniencing you to make you go to court. And it's not to pat myself on the back, but I loved being a housing executive director. All of my tenants, they love me, man. They love me. They're all treated fair. When you moved into one of my housing units on the reservation, and Red Cliff was an open housing authority, we rented to tribal and non-tribal people on reservation. It was allowed in the reservation's ordinances. So, but if you, and I was allowed as the executive director to give tribal preference. So if you're a non-tribal member and you put in that you'd like to be in our housing authority, if I had tribal members in a situation of more heavier need, I could put them in front of you. So once in a while we get a non-tribal member that the waiting list would be such that, their need was just as high, if not higher than anybody else. Then I put them in. They were the next on the list. But it wasn't that often. It was 99% tribal members I could place into homes. But when they walked into that home that they just rented, they'd walk in, and sitting in the kitchen was a big box on the counter. In that box was all the cleaning fluids for their kitchen, dish soap, everything you need to clean the kitchen, including your sink scrubbies and sponges and dish towels and all that, all in that box. And then you go in the bathroom, and sitting in the bathtub was another big box. And it had all of the cleaning supplies to maintain your floors if you had tile floors. It had all of the bathroom cleaning stuff, toilet bowl cleaner and scrubbing spray and stuff. Had all that in there. And there was 2 new brooms, a mop, a shovel so that you could shovel the snow off your sidewalk in the winter. I provided them with everything when they walked in the door. They didn't have to, because most of these people were going from an almost homeless situation into their first home or into a new home, and they had none of those startup things. Oh, toilet paper. I always made sure that they had 24 roll pack of toilet paper and 10 rolls of paper towels. So when they walked in, these people are they're thrilled. They're thrilled. And along with it, I had coupons for them to go to the tribal, well, we called it the lanes. It used to be a bowling lane, but it was a restaurant. And they take their whole damn family to the restaurant on 2 separate occasions. And the tab was picked up by the housing authority. Welcome to the housing authority. I managed that housing authority for 6 years, and I only had 2 units that had been trashed by the tenants. 2 units in 6 years. Otherwise, everybody else there loved the places. They just loved it. When I moved up there and I saw their housing authority, I'm going, oh my God, almost every property's got junk cars and it's terrible, it's nasty. Well, through our housing board, I got approval. And I went around with cans of red spray paint, and I'm going on people's property. If that car doesn't have current tabs on it and it doesn't have rubber on it, it cannot be moved. Got a big red X painted on the hood or the trunk. And I had tribal members come out with guns. Get the hell away from my car. Blah, blah, blah. And I'd say, no, don't be pointing no gun at me. Because, first of all, if you don't kill me, you're not going to have to deal with just the law. You're going to have to deal with the fact I'll be waiting for you when you get out of jail. I'll fuck you up. No. Don't point no gun at me. And I had to earn their respect, and I did. I got all the junk cars off of our housing authority, and then I hired 93 tribal members and put them to work cleaning up every single yard in the housing authority, painting every house fresh paint. We did huge renovation jobs to the houses. We put these big decks on this one. We had 40 units that were split entry homes but didn't have a second exit. They only had the front door. And so I put a big deck off on the second floor off the kitchen, with a sliding door, and they could walk out on that deck. Well, HUD thought I was going to build these platforms with a stairway. Well, yeah, I built a platform. They were 12 by 12 feet with a nice big staircase going down to the yard. All of a sudden, and then I started having this yard beautification program. Keep your yard as nice as possible, looking great. And we're going to have the tenants vote as to which is the best yard in our housing authority. And whoever wins that's going to win $500. Holy God. Everybody was mowing their grass. They're planting flowers. They're doing all this stuff to make their yards look beautiful with a chance to win $500. And people said, why is it working for you? And I said, okay, I got this tribal member and this tribal member, both maintaining and mowing their yard. And I got the one in the middle that never wants to do a thing with their yard. But they see their two neighbors, and they're in the middle standing out like a sore thumb. Nobody wants to be the sore thumb. Next thing you know, they want to have their yard mowed, look like the neighbors, right? Well, they come to the housing authority, and I'd say, your yard's looking like crap, it's nasty, it needs to be mowed. Well, I can't afford a lawnmower. Well, of course you can. I'd take them out to our shop, and I had 16 brand new lawnmowers out there, and they're all numbered, and I'd write down the number, and I'd say, I'm going to add $10 a month to your rent as long as you've got that lawnmower. If you keep that lawnmower for more than 2 weeks, $10 gets added to your rent for that month. I said, so if you don't want to pay the $10, mow your lawn at the beginning of the month and return that lawnmower. Then come back and get it 3/4 of the way through the month, mow your lawn and return that bugger. If you return that thing within a week, you're never going to get charged. Oh my God, it didn't take long. All 16 lawnmowers are out to getting used. Because all they had to do was put gas in it. I even had a few tenants that said, I can't even afford the gas to put in a lawnmower. Okay, we got a 2-gallon gas can here for you. Take that with you. There, now you can get your lawn mowed. The housing authority was, and people say, oh no, Native Americans, slummy looking all the time. That's not true, people. That is not true. They are no different than anybody else. They like to take pride in things. They just want to know that their efforts were worth it, that they will get recognition for doing their part. And I did. I loved praising all of my tenants, man. They were just awesome. And our tribal newspaper, I put the tenant of the month on it in there. And yeah, I loved it. I loved property management. And when I had to evict somebody, I never had to go to court. I only had to go to court on those 2 houses where the tenants actually damaged the houses. They trashed them. And otherwise, I never went to court on evictions because I could work with the people. And I had a couple of them where we just can't get anybody to haul our things over to the other house we're moving into. We have no way to haul it. And I'd say, well, sure you do. I've got 4 maintenance men that I'll send them over with 2 trucks, and they'll load your stuff up for you. They'll help you load it up in the trucks, and they'll haul it all to your new house for you. Well, what's that going to cost me? Nothing. But it'll get me that unit by the 1st of the month so I can rent it back out to a needy family. you don't need it anymore. You're moving. So let's work together. It always worked out, always. And so when I heard what Samantha was going through, I get pissed off at landlords easily. I really do. Even some of our public housing authorities and some tribal housing authorities, they want to be the authority. I'm going to be the authority.
The UK housing authority here, especially in my hometown anyway, is absolute dire. Like, every time I've had problems with neighbours, like making loud noises, or recently my next door neighbour who seems to constantly want to throw their rubbish everywhere on the floor outside. They've been blocking up the exit of the communal building. I'm like, look, this is a health hazard because there's people like me who are disabled who need to get out and they're blocking my way out. I said, this has caused me to stay at home a lot more. And they don't care. They're like, well, there's alternative ways you can do stuff. No, there's not, because there's only one way in, one way out.
Mm-hmm.
I said, they block that exit, I'm doomed because I need to be able to get out.
Right.
And they sent someone out here a few weeks ago. They're like, oh, it seems to be okay now. I'm like, it's not. Look at all the rubbish that's along the path. Look at all the... I said, that's a health hazard for everybody, not just me. I said, you've got to do something.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see where Rob's saying that he's spent some time in the Pine Ridge Reservation. Back in the day, me and some friends of mine built a deck on a local community center coffee shop. Best day ever. I did some work with Pine Ridge, and I see that your dad was from Pine Ridge. That's cool. I was invited out there, and that's tough. Pine Ridge is very sensitive to non-tribal. They're very sensitive to non-tribal individuals, especially if they show up with the "you need to do it my way" attitude. They don't need that shit. So they approached me. I didn't approach them. That was a big plus for me. And that's what told me, I'll go out and see if I can help them out. And it was their housing authority that asked me to come to them. Now, I had a couple of tribes that had problems through their housing authorities that I would go and give them consultations. And as long as they paid my expenses, I didn't charge them. And I would take leave from my job in Redcliffe, and I'd travel to these other reservations. Well, Pine Ridge, they had 18 homes that were out in the prairie. When they were built, they were beautiful ranch-style homes with attached garages. They took me out and showed me these homes and the conditions those tenants were living in, and I was furious. I was pissed. 3 of the homes they showed me, the people were living in the garage. The rest of the house, they were split entry. These 3 were split entries. They weren't ranches. The upper floors were used as haylofts. The downstairs, they had knocked most of the interior walls out. And the one place had 4 horses in what would have been the living room. Another place had sheep in it. Another place was one hell of a big chicken coop. And they said that's their only income was some chickens.
Yeah.
And I asked them why. Why are you living in the garage and letting the animals live in the house? And they said it was because
we lost Gemma.
Yeah. That's typical with Gemma. But they said that it was because they had no water at those homes, and that of those 18 homes, 7 of those homes had no electricity. Didn't even have it run to the house. So they couldn't have electricity. There just was none. And I said, why in the Sam hell do you have houses without water and electricity? Well, when we picked this area to develop, the contractors were supposed to do basically a feasibility study to ensure that this is a good location. And they said everything's a go, go, go. And they built the houses before they drilled wells. And then they found out, no, they couldn't tap into any aquifer in that location. The wells would be way too deep. They'd cost about $50,000 a piece just to punch a well in at that time back in the back in the late 80s. And
we have a well for our community right here, just our little area right here. There's like 20 of us on one well.
One well. See, and we have that here in Wisconsin. We got, my ex-wife lives in a community where they've got about 16 homes on a single well, and they all share the expenses of maintenance, blah, blah, blah. But that had me so pissed off and upset. And I told every one of those families in those 18 homes, I got to meet every one of them. And they were all living in their garages. None of them were living in the house proper. The house proper was being used for other purposes. Yeah. I told every one of them, I said, within a year, you'll be in a new house with water and electricity. They just shook their head. They said, no, one old gal told me, she said,
believe it when it comes. Yep.
She told me, she said, prove to me that this isn't just another white man's promise. And I said, I get what you're saying. You want me to prove to you that I'm good for my word, not just saying shit to make you happy today. And she said, absolutely. She said, we'll see. Well, it worked out. It worked out. It was actually 10 months later that they finished the last of the 20 house project they managed to build, because I went to DC. All I had to do was hit the senators and congressmen with a pile of pictures that I got while I was in Pine Ridge and said, look at that shit. Look at what you people allowed to happen. You approved those developments, those projects. Why in the hell didn't you send some engineers out there and make sure that the tribe wasn't getting screwed by these contractors? Where the hell were you? Oh yeah, boy, then the light came on. Then all of a sudden, out of discretionary federal funds, they managed to come up with enough to approve a 20-unit project for Pine Ridge. And they put in this nice 20-unit project, and I heard they were going to move people on the waiting list. And I said, no, you don't. Those 18 people are on the waiting list. Those aren't homes. They're living in garages. Get them the hell out of there. Put them in the new houses. Go out there with a bulldozer and knock them damn things down so people don't ever live in that kind of squalor. And you make damn sure that you build them nice homes, and you make HUD come out here, and you make them sign off on these places. Yeah. So you can put the blame right on their ass. And I loved it because it gave them a lot of self-confidence when they realized that, yeah, if you're a squeaky enough wheel, you can get some things done. And I did the same for Red Cliff and Bad River, Stockbridge, Muncie here in Wisconsin. The Stockbridge, Muncie Band of Mohicans, their housing authority, they had 37 people in the home ownership program that were still paying their home ownership dues every month for 4 years beyond the retirement of those homes. So they paid 4 years of house payments they should not have paid. Why weren't those houses conveyed, the deeds given to those people? They were supposed to be buying that house, they're not renting it. Well, they got madder than hell at me. Certain tribal members got madder than hell at me. And lo and behold, who were they that got mad at me? Their ex-treasurer, their ex-chairman, all these ex-politicians that gave the authorization to just keep charging these people. They're the ones that got pissed at me. And they decided they're going to create this big uproar. This guy comes from off reservation, comes in here, goes through our books and tells us how bad we were. I didn't say how bad the tribe was. I said how bad the individuals were that took advantage of those 37 families. And those individuals need to be held responsible, not the tribe. And the standing council at the time, they're just like, we like this guy, he fixed that shit. And we got 37 families now that are going to vote us back in for bringing him in here, And I just want to see those.
The Sty, Rob. Come visit. I don't put the link in chat.
Yeah, you got a way to send Rob a link?
I don't have Rob's. I don't have anything.
Yeah, I don't have a way to reach him either. I avoid putting it in the chat because in the past I had some
I know
bad experiences.
I was on a friend the other night. Oh my goodness. Somebody used an icon of some channel that she goes into all the time. They stole the icon. And so she lets them on panel instead of seeing them. We always usually make them wave or something,
Uh-huh.
She didn't do that, and they came on there, and they were one chick was giving a dude a BJ. So it's like,
isn't that bad?
And that friend of mine doesn't even swear. I mean, she was like, "Oh my god."
No.
Yeah, exactly. Why her of all people? Why her? Oh my gosh,
I was in that sense that I wasn't getting only twice where I pull somebody. It's the avatar of somebody that I follow. I know them.
I would say you got to turn your camera on for just a second, just so I can see you for a second.
and
then you can turn it on.
That was it. Is if I can't see the person, I'm not bringing them up. Yeah. But then I had one where I could see the person. And what they had done was they had stolen a clip of them on panel when they were full screen. And then they used that clip.
Wow.
And so I see that person sitting there moving around. And it's them. Click, pops up. And the next thing is some porno picture,
Wow.
And that only happened a couple times. But what I was getting for a while, and I was the wrong person for him to try to do that to. But I had this character that kept coming up, making death threats.
I'd have to say something smart. I had to say something really smart. You ain't gonna shock me. Nothing shocks me.
Yeah. But yeah, he was
gotta do better than that to turn me on.
There you go. Yeah. I don't even think you got the skills. Yeah. Yeah. Aussie Lander, that greed is a big issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I have some people come up on my panel, but they'll turn their camera on long enough for me to see them, and
right.
And then they'll say something in chat, I'm coming up or whatever. So
yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
I do mine on Monday nights.
I've had a few. I've got a few people that I'll bring them up occasionally, and all you'll ever see is their avatar. They just don't do camera. They just don't go on camera. Yeah. But they'll message me on Facebook and say, "Yeah, I want to come on panel, but I'll be using my avatar." I understand. Yeah, I get it. And because
ahead of time is cool.
Because you're talking to me in two different locations about coming up, I know it's you, and then I'll pull them up. And the
what is that, Bandit? I don't know what the hell that was. Maybe it was a neighbor. He perked up. It's like, what is that?
Yeah. For a while there, that was like going just nuts with the trolls and all the crap and popping up down in your panels and when myself and a couple other people on my channel were getting death threats. That's why I say they decided to pick
that's
a
what they were
wrong
doing to her
channel.
that night too. It's like, you block me, you're dead. You're gonna get a knock on your door.
Yeah, they tried swatting me, and that was a big freaking mistake. Here locally, I don't anymore, but for several years, I did the range qualifications for our local police departments. And I knew every cop. I knew them personally, most of them. We were drinking buddies, hunting buddies. We did all kinds, fishing buddies. They all knew me. They come and they go, "Oh no, I hate my annual recertification." Because Sty, he'll fail you for sure. I don't. I only fail you if you can't shoot with the shit. And all of a sudden, I got this person trying to SWAT. Play SWAT. Let's SWAT Sty. So, local sheriff's department gets a call that I can't remember what they said I was doing, and I told them, I said,
You have his email?
No.
Too Tall's email. He just said, there's my email if you want to send it.
I didn't see it anywhere.
I don't have it, I don't think. Where'd you send it to, Rob? Yeah, Rob's got a big old beard too.
Oh yeah?
So he was saying, you guys could be brothers. Yeah, you could.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
Not on my Insta. Sugar's the last one on my Insta. I don't have YouTubers on my Messenger except for you and Benny Loco and Mother Nature. So nobody'd be on there. Nope.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. So, yeah.
Hold on. Let me see. No, that's just a comment on one of my videos that he made. Not an email, though.
It's in the messages. Oh, he typed it up. If you go...
in messages?
Yeah, up the comments.
Or in my comments? I posted it in...
Right in the chat. The YouTube comments, the chat. See how he wrote it out?
Oh, Too Tall. Oh, okay. Too Taller at Gmail. Okay, Too Taller. Too Taller at Gmail.
We figured it out. We figured it out.
We got it, Rob.
I got an excuse. I'm slow. And the excuse for being slow is I'm old.
Hey. I am.
I'm going to play the old card today. Struggle with people misunderhearing me or overlooking me. See, that's one thing here. I try to never, ever overlook somebody. Now, there's a few folks that show up that I don't respond to some of their comments because they actually turn off other viewers. I mean, where all of a sudden my viewer count drops to the floor. You ever see a negative viewer count? I've had a few people come in, they're commenting. And if I get in a conversation with them, I watch my viewer participation drop off. And it's because other viewers, members of the audience, really don't want to participate in a communication with certain individuals. So I don't kick them out, but I don't give them standout attention either. You know, it's not to be, and that's so I'm not being rude to them or anyone else. And but I like that. Oslander, that's great. Hey, I'm old. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I love it. I love it. That damn right. Damn right.
Well, I'm just gonna say I'm not young.
I'm not young. Yeah. Well, okay. You're not. But when you're up here with me, you're the youngest.
Had a birthday, man.
The youngest, youngster. Yeah. That's.
Let me see here.
Yeah. During my recovery, the last 2 months, I sat and contemplated my history and what I've been through life and over 65 years. And I just tell myself, damn, boy, I've done so much that things will pop up in my head and I'll go, holy shit, that's right. I did this, I did that.
Do you want me to send that link?
Sure. Yeah, if Rob wants to come
for my email, for my actual name email. I don't have a connection. Uh-oh. The address, the StreamYard link is invalid.
Huh?
That's weird. That's not what it says. It says the StreamYard link is invalid.
What the heck? Okay. So what I can do is, well, that's the same link that pops up to invite.
Well, maybe if you send it from you, maybe it won't let me do it.
I'll try.
It might have to be you. I don't know.
I'll see if it'll. I'm sitting here working off of two computers at once here.
Okay. Oh. It's time. Sorry, it's time.
Okay. Yep, I sent it.
Or maybe it had to be you.
I don't know. The host. Maybe it's an administrative.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It might
kind of thing. Yeah, that could be. There. Thank you. Yeah. Good. I'll keep that in mind.
He's been typing away for a long time. I've been reading them all. They're so long.
And that's the thing is, it's just like with my children. They'll text me, and sometimes this damn paragraphs are so long. It's multiple texts, finishing.
But when I'm driving, I'll do. I was texting Sugar the other day, and I said something, and it was like the very last word. I do talk to text when I'm driving. I'll go and I'll talk on it and then click send. I could do that, and the last word kept messing up. I did it like 3 times, and I finally just stopped the car and typed it out. It's like, God damn it! It won't hear me right with that word.
I have that problem with voice to text. It screws up almost everything I say, and I just like, oh my God! It's only 1 out of 10 that I do that makes sense.
Exactly.
And so my kids, I'm sitting there they'll ask me 5 questions in a text, and I'm trying to answer that with text, and damn phone, the small keypad, and it's a pain in the butt. And
if I have something long to say, I'll do it, talk to text, and hopefully it'll come out right.
I've constantly
but sometimes it takes longer to correct what it mistakes than it does to actually type it out. Didn't you get an email from Sty?
It said it went through. Take a look again. No, wait a minute.
I put it on the comment that I replied on the comment that you made on Bandit's video. Bandit loves Doja. Let's see if that works.
Because I just looked and mine's not showing it as sent. Why?
That's weird.
Yeah.
Calling. Glad you're still here. Texas Gamer Chick. Cool. Hey, guys.
Hey, yeah. Colin still here. And there's Texas Gamer Chick. Good to see you, girl.
I don't know why email won't send it. That's weird. It looks like it's on that comment, though. So, I mean, it's all blue. It doesn't say anything. So.
Uh-huh.
I think it should work.
Should be clickable then.
Yeah. Still blue.
Yeah.
As soon as you click it, I'm going to delete it, though. There, Rob.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Now, see if it popped up over here. Look at this one. Yes, it shows up that I sent it through my Gmail account, which I don't usually use. And it's because
I was going to send you my address on Messenger. Now I got you on Messenger to send me a sticker.
Here, absolutely.
My other stickers. There's sugar sticker, and there's wooden metal garages sticker. Oops.
Cool.
And I got extra ones I'm going to put up on that board.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I made that board just for the stickers.
Cool. Yeah, I get some stickers to you for sure. I know I've got your dang address somewhere.
Yeah, Russia needs a sticker.
Didn't your address change?
Yes.
That's what I don't have.
It's the physical address you have to use now. So
yeah, I don't have that one.
Wait till I get it before you delete it. Okay, I'm waiting. Make sure it's still blue. It's still blue. 3 minutes later, it's still blue.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's one of the cutest videos, too.
Which one was that?
Bandit loves Doja.
Oh, yeah. Little. Until it starts over. Yeah. Rob doesn't do Facebook and other accounts. Does YouTube and Twitter. Yeah. I have the Sty Shack on Facebook, and
this is when we're bandits watching Doja on TV.
Yeah, isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome?
But then he met Doja in person and she tried to eat him.
Oh, no.
She's huge. She is a huge dog. She's probably twice my size. So she's huge.
Not what Bandit was expecting.
Oh, he was at Benny Loco's. I went to visit Benny and Mother Nature in Cali. He was at her.
There he is. We got him.
All right. Sliding glass doors. And Doja tried to get him through the sliding glass doors. I was like,
oh, boy.
Twice my size. Okay, I'm gonna delete this.
Hey, Rob.
All right, I deleted it. Hey, Rob. I went to visit Benny and Mother Nature in Cali.
Oh, you want to?
There he is. We got him.
Yeah.
You need to mute your YouTube.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, you need
Is
to
this thing on?
turn that
Can you hear me
YouTube
now?
down.
Hey.
Get to
Yeah,
mute the YouTube.
there.
Yep, there.
Now,
Okay.
did he mute himself?
I hope not.
No, he muted himself.
Oh, you muted yourself. You need to
Oh yeah, I had some feedback and things. I
There
didn't want to
you
blow
go.
your ears out.
There you go. That's great now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just give me a moment. I'll get my shit together. And
Yeah.
it's gonna
Welcome
happen overnight.
aboard.
Yeah, that thing with the StreamYards and trying to filter the porn bombers,
Yeah.
you know.
yeah.
I think out of convenience, I mean, this is what I do. If I got a panel open and I want guests, I just put the panel link out there. And then I take care of business in the basement. If you don't belong in my basement, you're gone. You know.
That's what I put.
Now,
I pin it
when
to
it
the top
comes-
when I stream or when I use
Now,
that.
when
Usually just my Mondays. I have panels. So.
let me finish. Now, when it comes to the porn bombers, I mean, it ain't nothing for me to go, hey, how you doing? And then the next thing you know, bing, bang, boom, you're seeing something you don't want to.
Yeah.
There just ain't nothing you can do except keep your finger on the trigger and drop a motherfucker.
Yeah.
The
biggest.
I've been around so long with this bullshit on YouTube.
Me too.
It's drove me to the birds. There's some real
The
fucking idiots out here.
the biggest problem I was having was I had a half a dozen accounts getting those links, and they'd load up my basement, and there would be no room for anybody to get in. And you weren't able to totally kick them out of the basement. At that time, they'd load up your basement. You couldn't get another panelist in.
Is there a way to remove them from your basement? Can you remove them from your basement?
Yes.
Now you can.
Yes.
And but at that time when they first started out, you couldn't.
I highly recommend anybody that uses StreamYards. StreamYards has some videos posted how to use StreamYards, this, that, and the third. Several of them ain't nothing more than a 20-minute video. They're very educational, informative, and easy to learn from.
Yeah, they are.
It beats 20 minutes of looking like a fool in front of everybody.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I haven't a clue. Let's push this button and see what happens.
2 hours asking some other idiot what the hell to do.
Yeah, I don't bother trying to do anything fancy. It's just me, man.
Hey, can you put me big screen?
I got my background.
Can you put me big screen for a minute?
Sure, let's do this here.
Oh yeah, my piece of shit landlord. Let's go horizontal.
Oh, I saw what you wrote in chat. Holy cow.
Look at the black mold from the rotted out overhang. But look at this beautiful handrail. It took 4 years for my building inspector to tell my landlord this porch step needs a handrail.
Right.
How come there ain't one on that side?
Yeah.
And look at the maintenance of the fencing. I've been bitching about this fencing for 4 years. My service dog is on this porch. It's nothing for her to jump off that.
Yeah.
There was an extension so that a dog cannot leap from this porch. But it looked like shit. They took it down. This is my dog kennel gates around the thing here. But if you look at the trees overhanging the house that are a danger when a tornado comes through. My truck used to be under this porch. I've been complaining about the dead shit in these trees since I've been here.
Oh yeah, those trees really need maintenance.
that shed, the last tornado blew it over onto the fence up to my neighbor's house. It was
wow.
unfolded and re-erected. There might be 18 wood screws 2 inches long holding that tin to that rotted wood. And it looks like an uncrinkled beer can inside that thing with all the leakage.
Wow.
I got damage on my truck from a tree limb that came off of that tree. His insurance gave me $500. But yeah, look at the black mold, the rotten wood.
Yeah, that's not good.
And look at this. There's my water heater. It's tilted. Look at how the water lines are just dangling.
Yep.
Look at the emergency drain pipe that fell from the connection. Look at the ductwork with the water leakage through the ductwork into the furnace.
Oh boy.
Look at the kitchen cabinets.
Shit, if my house was ever inspected, they'd probably demolish it.
Not
My
shut
house was ever
because the
inspected.
keepers are broken. Cabinets that won't shut. Some are missing handles. But hey, Rob, you shop at the thrift store, find some handles, and I'm sure the maintenance boy will be happy to put them on. Now see, I had a building re-inspection. Oh, did they bother to paint the walls before I moved in? They just patched them and never painted. Did they replace the carpet? No.
That's through the VA? Did you say that was through the VA?
Look at the water damage of the ceiling.
Yep.
Look at the crackage.
It's 420 somewhere.
Oh, you're going to love this. You see the tits or the screws holding the spindles that stick out? You see that?
Oh, yeah.
Nuts.
Yep.
And look at the joint work. This porch ain't even built to standards. My piece. Oh, hey, you're going to love this. I got video footage of my landlord stating, we don't caulk windows, just hang plastic. Hanging plastic on other property is a violation. I can strangle myself on the plastic jumping out a fire. So he puts this blue cardboard shit. He put the air conditioner in with all that metal tape shit and this blue styrofoam shit.
That blue foam isn't supposed to be exposed to a living quarter because of the fire issues.
Wow.
Well, and there's some asbestos or something that's supposed to be sealed, not finished wall.
It's not asbestos, but it is a poisonous gas.
Okay.
I learned that when I was on the fire.
Are you sitting down, Bo? Now, if you're using oven cleaner to clean your window air conditioner, you're misusing a product label for cleaning ovens. You know what I'm saying?
Do you use your oven cleaner to clean your air conditioner?
No, my landlord with 125 units uses oven cleaner.
Oh my God! What the hell?
Damn fool!
Oh my God!
You
it's like, why would you use it?
I made several phone calls to Poison Control, to Kansas Health Department, and even offered to play them the clip of my landlord saying we used oven cleaner to clean the. the response from them, these idiots at the health department and the poison control. I love the hat. Love the hat.
Me too. I'm loving the hat.
She'd be rocking it. But I figured out where these kids that can't keep a job bringing the baskets in at Walmart or cooking French fries at McDonald's. They're answering the phone for poison control in your local health departments.
My God.
At least that's from my experience of my opinion. My opinion of the experience.
Sure. Yeah, that's nuts. That's nuts.
Yeah. Now, see,
my house would never pass an
4 years
inspection
ago. 4 years ago, after that inspection, I called bullshit. I had a meeting with the director, and I demanded a re-inspection. She told me I'll come inspect it myself. Well, if you're coming to inspect it yourself, I assume you are a licensed inspector for HUD, if not the state, or both as required.
Mm-hmm.
No, she ain't even got fucking papers to inspect a bubblegum wrapper. She's a fucking director of the housing authority. And when she told me you can pick up some, I'm sure you can find handles for your kitchen cabinet at the thrift store. And the maintenance boy, I was like, I'm glad you didn't look at the roof. She says, why? Is there a hole in it or something? I said, no, but if it needed shingles, I'm afraid you would ask me to pay for that too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know, so one, you didn't even inspect the roof when you were here re-inspecting. But this is the good part. During the inspection, she's seen a wire hanging from an old weatherhead or something on the electrical on the back of the house. She grabbed that wire and went sticking it back up in the box like she's fixing something. That wire was hot. There was a watermelon ball of electric come out of that box. She's standing there in little slippers, and how the fuck she did not electrocute herself, I don't know.
Oh, wow.
But there was a wet spot in my pants, and I was 10 feet away from her. And before my feet hit the ground, there was a wet spot in my pants going, that fucking woman didn't just fucking do that, did she?
Yeah, yeah. Now, is that a housing authority home?
I qualify. I qualify for the VA HUD bash, who has hooked me up with HUD, and that HUD is the whatever on this fucking unit with my piece of shit landlord.
Right. And the landlord is the executive director of 100 and some units.
Yes, he's the man. The landlord owns 125 units. Many of those units are not without handrails on their porches of over 3 steps.
Yeah, if I see one unit like that, I'm assuming all of them are like that they're not taking care of their housing. See, it's housing authorities like that I loved going in and messing up their days. And
I'll tell you what, do you want to make a paid vacation? Well, no, it's not paid. Let me just tell you what. You want to come to Kansas and slap some ass? I'll make it a trip you'll well remember.
When I get back out on the highway and do some traveling, I just might stop in and visit you and your landlord. Over the years, I dealt with HUD for 26 years and learned their hierarchy and how to get these low-level morons they got working for HUD to get off their ass and actually do something that they're supposed to be doing.
Now see, the HUD VASH program is supposed to advocate for my housing and make sure I'm in a good situation and better improve myself, rather than prolong my existence in this piece of shit. Now, last year, when we had recertification, and I got this on tape, I told my VA worker, I am under duress. I'm under stress. I have knowledge that I believe there's a conspiracy to defraud the federal government. I do not wish to sign these papers. I want to find a new place and get the fuck out of this place.
Uh-huh.
That VA worker told me, and she bird dogged me for 20 minutes until I collapsed and signed that paper, knowing if I don't sign the paper, I will be homeless.
Yeah, you got nowhere to go.
No. At that time, the VA had lots of money. They could have put me up in a hotel. They could have put my stuff in a storage unit, and they could have got off their ass and found me a safe fucking place to live.
Right.
And get me out of this nightmare.
Now,
hang on. Now, there was a bed bug issue that started up shortly after I lived here. And I asked the landlord, you take care of the roaches and the bugs and the ants and the wasps. You give me sprays for that, and you spray for the place. You know, hey, you need to do something about these fucking bed bugs. You know, I ain't have them when I moved into your property. When I lived at your apartment, I didn't have them. I didn't have them when I left the property over there, although I know of one of your tenants that I know his unit was infested. You know, I know he didn't come visit for long and he stayed on the porch. But, you know, you can pick up a fucking bed bug anywhere and bring it home.
Yeah.
However, when the exterminators come and looked at this house and they crawled under the house and they found cans of bed bug bombing underneath the fucking house, pre-existing. Now, I called around to some of these exterminators.
Yeah.
And how many call-ins, how many inspections, how many calls have you ever had? Well, I found one exterminator. They had been called prior to me living here 3 times to come do an estimate. The people left and, you know, they couldn't afford the extermination fees. They left. The landlord just fucking Home Depot put a fogger out and hope and pray that did the job.
See now. In our house,
see, the VA ain't got money to relocate me, but they got the money to pay for the bed bug treatment to this house recently. I told the VA, fuck you. You're not fucking doing this. You're getting me the fuck out of here. If you got money for extermination, you use that money and then you exterminate my U-Haul truck full of my shit on the way to fuck up out of here. I don't want this piece of shit enjoying the benefit of his property getting treated for bed bugs at the VA's expense.
Right.
Now tell me, now with your knowledge of HUD, who is responsible for bed bugs of the property?
The landlord.
And other pest control.
The landlord.
Even if a tenant brings in the bed bugs.
Well, okay. Now I've worked as the executive director for 2 housing authorities. And
I'm assuming that's true. I mean, you seem like you have some knowledge. So what would a non-corrupt housing authority director do? Okay.
Now, what we did, and we had the funding, it was written into our annual budget. We estimated how many bed bug cases we would anticipate in a year. Now, the treatment we used was a combined treatment, chemical and heat. In your case, what we would have done through my housing authority, even if you had brought them in, all right, let's just say you brought them in. That's the worst case scenario, okay?
Yes, could have brought them in. You know, what are your
right. But I'm trying to set up the scenario in the worst case. So let's say the tenant brought the bugs in. What our housing authority, what we did, and it was in our budget, we'd go in there and they would use heat. They seal up the whole unit and they bring that heat up, kill the bugs off with heat, plus they chemically treat the unit. Now, one of the problems with bed bugs is they'll live in conduit. We removed all of the outlet covers, light switch covers, everything in the unit, and they use pressurized when they did the chemical So
they shoot gas
it pushed
into
it through the walls everywhere, every nook and cranny, right? Well, it ran us about $800 per unit to treat it for bed bugs. But with 150 units, I budgeted for 25 units a year to do at $800 a unit.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter how the bugs got in there. I wanted rid of them buggers because if they're in that house, they'll end up in the house next door or the house across the street. So it was to protect the whole property by protecting that one, right?
Really?
So that was our approach, is we're going to do the eradication and then we'll do prevention. We go in and we put bed bug traps in for, we provide everything. For the next 6 months, we have the tenant inspect the traps and let us know how it's going, if they found any or whatever, because we'll retreat it a second time if there's a reoccurrence within 6 months.
Yeah.
After that, the reoccurrence, if it's determined that the tenant is bringing them in, like they went and they picked a chair up that was sitting out on the street curb,
or their living conditions produce. Yeah.
Right. If they changed their environment that brought them in, then we charge them the $800. We still do it, but we're billing them the $800.
Yeah.
But they get the first 2 shots, ain't going to cost them a dime. But here's the thing: in your case, in my housing authorities, what would happen is I would be saying, Rob, I know it's a big inconvenience, but we need you to pull all of your belongings into the centers of the room. Things hanging on the wall have to be removed and put in the center of the room. Loose stack.
Hey, hang on. My exterminator, get the fuck out of the house, Rob. You're disabled. We'll take everything.
Well, now, that's a different. I was getting to that. If the person is not physically able to prep their unit, then we'll send in 2 of our certified individuals, because I had 2 maintenance staff that were certified on the whole process. They would come in and they would prep your unit. But the very first thing that would happen is I would say, Rob, it's going to be an inconvenience, but guess what? You're going to get to spend a week in a full service motel, and we're going to give you food vouchers. You can go out to the restaurant and eat. You don't have to prepare food because you're in a motel. We got to make sure you can eat. So you're going to get vouchers to go eat in the local restaurants, and you're going to stay in a motel for a week while we take care of your unit.
This is what the VA did for me. And I told him, no, I don't want you to do that. I want you to get me the fuck out of here and just treat the U-Haul truck on my way.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, we can't find you a place, blah, 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 blah. They put me up in a hotel for 3 nights, no vouchers. The exterminator came in for 2 days. He did everything in the house. The VA brought me a new set of box springs. They wanted to give me a new mattress too. I told them, fuck your mattress. I have a $1,600 mattress. The exterminator put a fucking bed bug mattress cover bag on it. Not one of them plastic motherfuckers, one of them good son of a bitches, about $60. Right.
Yep, that'll smother them out.
And I tell you what, after 4 years, dude, look at this. You see these boxes of stuff there? That whole wall of stuff, that is stuff that came in the door when I moved in, that has not moved.
Right.
Because I've never felt like unpacking and living here in 4 years. I've merely been existing, waiting for my people to get arrangements, find me housing, and get me the fuck out.
Yeah.
I've been to the point of fucking just throwing it all in a truck, throwing it in a shed, and go live in my fucking minivan and say, fuck it. But at some point I realized if I do that, the next motherfucking idiot is going to get bamboozled by this piece of shit landlord, and they're going to get stuck with the same thing. The single baby mama the single mother just moved up out of this place, And after I later talked to her, and she told me the issues, and
Sure.
like, I wish I'd have known that beforehand. She goes, well, I didn't get a chance to tell you.
Yeah.
But anyway, as yet,
See,
I took the landlord on his word. You know, when I was moving into this place, you know, I signed the papers. I'll take it. I paid the deposit. He didn't do nothing but shampoo the carpets and sweep and get the fuck out. He
yeah,
didn't even wash the goddamn windows.
that's
Bro,
yeah.
forgive me, Lord. I apologize. That was offensive language. But his
Now,
shit fucked up and stuff. Now, here's something. I've recently made the Homeland terrorist list because of my offensive language talking to a healthcare provider at the VA, you know, telling them that stress and, you know, this is fucked up and that idiot goof and this stupid fucknut don't know how to inspect the property. And where the hell are they hiring these fucking morons? My offensive language put me on
yeah,
the Homeland terrorist list, and they have threatened many times to discharge me from the program because of my language. Now, I'm not calling that worker an idiot, a retard, or something. I'm referring to somebody else as a stupid fucktard. The situation is fucked up and stuff.
yeah,
I'm using free speech to express myself. And the VA, and I've documented them threatening to discharge me from the program. So you're discriminating the use of my benefits for my language? I'm about ready to hand the VA some fucking lawsuits, civil right violations like a motherfucker, endangerment of the welfare of a veteran, you know, a protected disabled citizen. Not that I ain't nobody special. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I know my rights and I ain't taking this shit much longer.
Dang.
Yeah.
Sorry you're going through that, Rob. That's terrible.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, I'm not sorry. I'm doing this, and like I say, the reason I haven't done it is so that this motherfucker doesn't rent it to somebody else. That's why I've stayed and documented this shit instead of getting the fuck out of here 2 years ago. Yeah.
Good.
I wasted a lot of good money. My mother passed away, and I had some money. And I spent a lot of that money running around Oklahoma, Colorado, looking for a new place to live. Now, that's something I told the VA. When I was ready to get the fuck out of here, I need help finding a new place to live. I told them,
Fish for
find me a
fish.
new place. I told the VA, find me a place to live in either Oklahoma or Colorado. I want to relocate to somewhere where I can legally medicate since VA Bill 1125 come through that I can't have my opioids. And I'm tired of being a criminal if I choose to medicate with a God's green plant. Well, Rob, we can't transfer you to Colorado because you want to smoke weed. And I'm like, it ain't that I want to smoke weed. It's because I need to smoke weed. It's because I don't want to be a criminal if I stay here in Kansas and smoke.
yeah.
You know?
You don't want to bring any more trouble on yourself.
But since apparently since you need to ask, and apparently do I have to answer, why do I want to relocate? Ain't none of your fucking business, in my opinion. But if you want an opinion or a reason, I don't want to take my last breath in fucking Kansas.
Yeah,
I ain't got no ties to this bitch.
I don't
The only
want to
reason
be in
I'm
Kansas
still here
anymore.
is fighting a wrongful conviction.
You
You
know,
know, because of my time lost fighting my wrongful conviction, fighting the housing authority, plus the course of shit, my appeals for wrongful convictions expired. It's time to get the fuck on out of Kansas and go to Colorado and enjoy what's left of my life.
That's it. And that's the thing is, what I don't like, and if in my younger years when I was really deeply involved in the whole process, I these are the kind of things that really irritate me, because I was on a team that was assigned by the U.S. Senate at the time to rewrite and create the federal regulations for Indian housing. So they got their own separate set of regulations. That's the CFR 1000 is the Tribal Housing Authority rules and regulations. Now, a lot of it mirrors public housing, but a lot of it is specific to Native American needs. And one thing we managed to do, and I think they should do that across all of these types of programs, is mobility of qualification. If you're qualified to be in that house, you should be qualified. Oh, lost him. He should be qualified to be in a house anywhere within the USA. He should say, I want to move to Colorado. As soon as there's an open unit in Colorado, I want to transition my qualification from this house to a house in Colorado. And those were the types of things I advocated for, was mobility of qualification. So if you qualify to be in your house there, why wouldn't you qualify to be in the same house under the same type of program down the street from me in Wisconsin? Why not? Why wouldn't you be? Why should anybody ask you, why do you want to go to Wisconsin instead of stay in Kansas? It's not our concern. Our concern is, do you qualify to be in that program? If you do, you tell us where you want to be in that program. What state do you want to be in? You tell us, because that qualification is mobile. You can take it with you to any state of the union because it's a federal qualification. And that kind of stuff really pisses me off, because for all kinds of good reasons, and you obviously have a big old box full of qualifications for wanting to live somewhere else.
Let's see.
And if you qualify to be there, you should qualify to be in Colorado.
Toxic relationship with a landlord. Dude, I got video. I asked my landlady, hey, the windows need caulked. We don't caulk windows, hang plastic. Nearly every window in the whole world leaks. You just got to hang plastic, Rob, and you need to quit bitching, because you're the only one to be bitching. Well, lady, who the fuck else is to be here bitching about the conditions of my living there? Oh, wait a minute.
Somebody's got a bitch about it. Somebody's got a bitch.
By the way, she's also bitched about the caulking of the windows.
It's okay. The last place I lived was in an apartment building, 84 apartments in that building, 8 stories tall, great big building. And my apartment, I never bitched about the apartment, except that it was small. It was a small apartment, a 1-bedroom, small apartment. Beautiful view over Lake Superior. Loved it. But one thing, and I got a kick out of it, because the gal that is in charge of that building, and it's a HUD building. I qualified for HUD, by God.
Does that sound like a sound window?
No, it doesn't.
Oh my God, look at the spider infestation.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the handle that's missing. I had to put a nail in there so I can open the window. Because you know how dangerous it is opening the window here.
That's ridiculous. That building I was in, that's a HUD building. And that building, year before last, while I was still living there, that building had brick facing. The whole building, this 8-story tall building, had brick facing. They went through that whole building because a lot of that mortar had broken up in between the bricks here and there.
Yeah, you need to read the point.
They did the whole thing, and then around all the windows, they reset and recocked all these. We had a big picture window in the living room with 2 crankouts on the east side, and the same window in the bedroom. All those windows, I thought they were just going to recock the frames and all that. No, they didn't recaulk everything. They pulled the damn windows up, put brand new ones in, and put them in to meet code. And the work they did on that building was amazing. It was absolutely beautiful, amazing. Anytime they inconvenienced us tenants, they'd compensate us in one way or the other. They'd offset our rent, or because they were doing that building, big portion of our parking lot had to be closed off. They got these big cranes out there, running this shit. Well, they told me, you can't park in your parking spot for the next 5 months. I go, the hell I can't. That parking spot, I insisted on that parking spot when I got this apartment because I can see my truck out my living room window. And they said, well, but you don't want your truck there. If they drop some of them brick, your truck is going to be underneath it. You don't want it parked there. I said, but I want it somewhere safe. Well, just across the street from us was the fire department. And they've got a city cop office in that fire department. And they said, you just have to walk across the street. It's less than half a block. But we talked to them and they'll allow you to park your truck right out front of the cop shop. So Mike, I had the best parking spot in town, man. Nobody's fucking with my rig. But the charm in it, and people would ask me, we don't hear that other housing authorities are doing things quite like this one. And I said, I hate to tell you, but Pam, the manager of the property, ask her who she worked for before she came here. And when they asked her, she said, oh, I was an administrative assistant under Sty when he was running the housing authority for the tribe. She said, so that's how I learned how to operate our housing authority, is through him. And she said, that's why I panic whenever he knocks on my office door or calls me. She says, because I know that he's going to tell me you ain't doing it right. And I just wish there were more people willing to stick their nose in some of that dirty business that goes on, like what you're dealing with.
Sty, I left my phone number in the private chat. That's the most effective way to communicate.
I saw that. I'll get you in my phone.
If you want to help and assist, or at least be a tender ear to listen and maybe advise and counsel, drop me a text message with your name and I'll get with you offline.
Yeah, we can do that.
Appreciate
it. I'll get that in my phone here after the stream here. And I hate to say it, guys.
You want to write that down now, because when you leave, you won't be able to see it later.
Before I close out of StreamYard, I pull everything that I need. Yeah, I never shut down my StreamYard until I pull everything off of it that I need.
I didn't know, but seemed like a few other things. And like I say, if you need any help with StreamYard, I've got about 4 or 5 years of doing this shit. Yeah. I'm well versed in dealing with the trolls, or how the controls work a little bit. One thing I have noticed is one thing I noticed when you come on the panel as a guest, if you got somebody with a real screwed up microphone, have them put their microphone settings, that's in your audio settings, select the proper microphone you're using, and also put the settings on auto adjust volume and auto echo cancel.
Right. Make sure their echo cancel's turned on. Yeah. I got on the StreamYard right on at the front end too. That's one thing people have learned with me is I don't take StreamYard bashing. I don't want to go there. I don't want to hear it. I've been using them for so long, and they've treated me well. And And I've got the largest package you can get with StreamYard, for teams and everything. So, yeah, I love StreamYard. I love it.
I'm happy with StreamYards.
Yeah,
and like
E-Waste, Mike, you're right. I hate to do it, folks, but I have to shut this one down. We've been going for 4 hours.
Yes, you have.
This is a first for me.
Good job. I know.
I think you folks can tell I'm feeling better. I don't know, Rob, if you're aware, but I had stage 3 esophageal cancer. And 2 months ago, they gave me about 30 days. They said that I would only live about 30 days unless I went through a very involved, extensive surgery process through the Mayo Clinic. And I went through that worst experience in my life.
I've been to the Mayo Clinic.
The
Mayo Clinic helped me with my non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. It was
the Mayo Clinic. The Mayo Clinic.
In 99, I had some cancer cut out of the lower third of my left lung. I've got 1 2/3 of a lung.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a stomach anymore because 2/3 of my stomach is now my esophagus. They removed my esophagus from up here, my upper breastbone, all the way to the stomach, and removed the top 20% of my stomach. And they pulled my stomach up through my diaphragm and attached it way up here to my esophagus. And so now my stomach is smaller than my fist. But
all right, Sty.
this girl can tell you just a month or so ago, if you saw me then versus now today.
Exactly.
It's night and day. It's night and day.
Very proud of you.
I survived it.
America needs you.
I've had some pretty close to death situations over the last few years, and through my whole damn life, I've had some situations, but this was the worst. This was the worst I ever went through. The Mayo Clinic, I love them, support them, love them, just love them. The Mayo Hospital system, fuck them. They got no bedside manners. They're an educational hospital. You are just a learning tool for all of their interns. Now you got key top-notch doctors in charge of each one of their teams, but their teams are nothing but interns. And those interns don't have a clue about bedside manner. And 10 minutes after I came to after that surgery, I was wishing I could go the fuck home and die. I just wanted out of that place. Those people did not have a single drop of warm blood in their systems. I mean, they couldn't give a shit about you other than to learn off of you. Your key doctor, they wanted you to survive, but the rest of them, they didn't give a shit. You were just a lesson to them. And
you were nothing but a specimen, a breathing cadaver.
Exactly. And they've been begging me now for over 2 months to release all of the tissue they removed from me that's in cryo. They want me to release that. Otherwise, they're not allowed to study it or use it. And I tell them, no, fuck yourself. Money. Give me $100,000. I'll sign them over to you. Are you kidding? They said. I said, no, wait a minute. You're going to use that for educational purposes and research. And if you find the answer to esophageal cancer because of my specimen, and you're going to make millions upon millions of dollars, because my surgery, my stay at the Mayo, cost $987,000. Just $3,000 shy of $1 million is what it cost me to be here today. Now I want some of that back. God damn it. If you want to use my shit to answer the problems, the woes of the future, pay me up front for all the money you're going to make down the road, you son of a bitch. And they won't do it. They said, well, no, we can't give you money. I said, then no, you're not allowed to use my shit. No, you leave my shit alone. Leave it frozen. Send it to me. Hell, buy some dry ice and ship it to me. It's my parts. I want them. But I still thank God for the mail because they saved my life. You know,
Sty,
it was miserable to do, but they saved my life.
hey, check this out, Sty. About my bitching and complaining, one day I called the VA police to report, make a complaint, and open an investigation of abuse and neglect in regards to my VA housing caseworker bad behavior. I was referred to the patient representative. And I thought, well, ain't this stupid upon stupid? So I called my local authorities, sheriff's department, and told them I wanted to make a complaint of elder protected citizen abuse and neglect by professional health care givers of the VA. They referred me to the VA police.
Yeah. So round you go.
Yeah. Wow.
So,
well, we'll just pass you back to them so they can pass you back to me. They're playing tennis.
Hang on. So I made some phone calls to my senator and my congressman. They listened to me. They told me they're going to send me this release of information of my medical records so that they can inspect and review the situation with the VA. Now, why the fuck do you need a release of my medical information to inspect, review, or audit the providers of the VA administration?
Right. Yeah.
No, I ain't going to do that.
How dare you ask such a simple question, Rob? I mean, don't use common sense, man. No, hey, that was my forte for housing authorities, especially for Native American tribes. I only wrote one grant for a non-Native American organization, but for the Native American, on that end, I wrote a lot of grants, man. It total of $14.5 million I got for Native tribes, local tribes, to put into their housing authorities. I had no problem getting money out of Congress, man. I knew how to play them. I knew how to massage them. I knew how to write the grants. And I had somebody come to me and say, what in the hell is going on? Now, this was, I believe it was 2002. I wrote a grant, and my grant that I wrote was for $8 million.
Wow.
And they said, there's no way in hell we can give you $8 million. And I said, why? And they said, well, you're in Region 9. I said, yeah. What do I give a shit what region I'm in? I need $8 million to take care of this tribe's housing authority. And they said, well, the problem is for all of Region 9, all of it, that's all the way from Minnesota to Florida and the East Coast, for the whole region.
Nationwide.
Well, no, it's just that region, the eastern section.
Well,
but they said for that region, they said there's only $9,500,000 available, and you're asking for $8 million of it. I said, yeah. So what's the big deal? And they said, well, what about everybody else? I said, they should be as smart as me, assholes. You know. So what did I get out of it? I got $6 million out of that. $6 million out of $9 million they had for the whole region. I got for one little tribe up here in northern Wisconsin. This tribe up here held a thank you ceremonious powwow for the $6 million I got the tribe. I was cool with that shit, man. That means feast, man. Some of the best venison, some of the best wild game.
Exactly.
Oh, best home harvested wild rice. I said, I'm good with that. For $6 million, I got you $6 million. You're going to feed me. I love it. But I had some people approach me, high-end people in the government, approached me and they said, we looked at your grant success for these tribes, and we want to know, what are you doing to be so successful on your grants. I said, you know what the problem is? These tribes hire all these big brainers, right? They get all these big brainers in there, and they write all this pretty language together asking for money. They're writing these grants at about a 2 to 4 year post-secondary college level, and they don't even realize that the readers of these grants, the people that are going to pick which ones get funded, read at about a 6th grade level. So I downplayed my grant language so that you could be in the 6th grade and understand the whole thing.
Yeah, you were applying common sense where these other folks didn't even have a clue.
The minute I did that, every single one of my grants was approved. These guys are not as smart as they act. They just aren't. And they want to hear it in simple language so they understand. And what you can do is you bring that language down, simplify it for them, and you add in emotion, add in a little bit of guilt. Throw a little bit of guilt out there. What are we going to do to help these people? And you have it in your power to actually help them. Boom, you're approved. You get your grant money. They understood what you wanted. They knew exactly where that money was going to go. And by God, those people are going to love us for it. We'll give them the money. Son of a bitch, I got so much money. Out of the federal general fund, I flew out to Washington, D.C. I was out there for less than 24 hours. I didn't even get a room. And I went and I pounded on the congressman's doors. I pounded on the senator's doors. And I left Washington, D.C. with $600,000 to build a new water tower on the reservation. Got back on my plane, flew back. It cost us a total of about $2,200 for me to go out there and do that and get the hell back home. And the tribe got $600,000 to build a brand new water tower.
Hey,
and everybody goes, how the fuck did you do that, Sty? I said, I went out there, got in their face, and made them feel guilty. I said, how'd you like to spend the rest of your life having to get 5-gallon or 6-gallon Culligan water jugs dropped off at your house 3 times a week so you can drink and bathe your children? How would you like to live that way? When all you have to do is come up with $600,000 and you could take that problem right out of the picture and they would never have to depend on doing something that stupid and paying that cost.
I'm going to remember 40 that homes. Line. How would you like to live like this?
Yeah, and that's it.
Sty, before I forget, one other thing I wanted to drop on you. Last year, as well as this recent year, when it comes time to recertify, my VA caseworker comes to me telling me, oh, HUD miscalculated or some kind of shit that your information of financials was incorrect. And they figured that you owe last or the year before, it was $450 some I owed them. Allegedly. Now, I've heard other people have gotten the same shit. Oh, we miscalculated. Your records were incorrect or something. Hey, all I do, me and my caseworker, we file the fucking receipts from my bank records. This is what I'm getting. Right. There you go.
They miscalculated. That's their problem.
That's it. That's it. She hit it on.
So they're telling me I cannot recertify unless that $450 is paid. Now, if I go to my mechanic and they tell me it's going to cost $400 to fix my car, and I pay the $400 and fix my car, and 2 weeks later they call me back, hey, we miscalculated.
It should have been 600.
250. Hey, then you fucking eat it.
Yeah, right? Yeah, your fault, not mine. See,
now, why is it if HUD fucked up on their records and I owe them money, why are they fucking denying my service to recertify if I don't pay it?
Right.
That's extortion under threat.
Okay. See, now that's a situation that, again, you would never have suffered that in my housing authority. And I had a few cases because I had staff. Now hear me out. I had staff below me that would do those annual recertifications. As the executive director, I didn't do that.
Yeah.
I had staff below me doing that, and they would make errors once in a while. And then I'd find out in the next annual recertification, they made an error. So all of last year, that tenant should have been paying another $20 a month than what they were paying. And I'd go, well, what do they recert out as today? Well, what they should have been last year is what they would still be this year. Well, I'd say, well, give me their file. They give me their file, and then I'd proof it. And I'd say, I came up with the same calculation. This is the new rent. It's $20 more than they have been paying. And that's what they'll start paying the first month of their recert.
Yeah,
Let them know that their rent just went up that $20, but everything behind us is behind us. You fucked it up, not the tenant. You screwed up. We eat that. But this day forward, the tenant will pay what they're supposed to pay. But anything in the past is not their fault. That is our fault.
It's their fault, man.
Okay. So point made. The company eats the loss. Now, if the company refuses to eat the loss and threatens to refuse service and create all kinds of other shit, what my question is, what criminal charges could a tenant file against the housing authority for threatening to terminate service because of their bookkeeping?
I'm not an attorney. I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't tell you.
Can you imagine the criminal civil charges that could be filed for denial of service and discrimination and whatever the fuck and whatever?
Yeah, if you can show a damage that's been caused.
Oh yeah, I had to pull out money out of my ass I didn't have. That's damage.
Right. Well, only if you paid it. Only if you paid it. If you haven't paid it, there's no damage. But if you paid it, then there'd be a damage. That's the way the rule of law does.
The damage is even there with the threat that we can't recertify.
The threat under the eyes of the law is not damage. You have to have them carry out the threat for it to become a damage. That's just the rule of law. That's just the rule of law. I've been sued probably 35, 40 times. And I can tell you for a fact, damage has to actually occur. Not a possible damage, not a threat to damage. It has to be an actual damage. So I would do that when the cops would pull me over for speeding or a broken stoplight. I'd get out of the car and I'd run in the ditch, and I'd run back and forth in the ditch. And the cop would stand there and go, "What in the fuck are you doing? Are you crazy?" And I go, "Where's the body?" And they go, "What the hell do you mean, where's the body? I pulled you over because you got a brake light out." What? I thought for sure I damaged somebody. How the hell can you have a claim against me when I didn't damage anything? Did I hit a mailbox or run over one of your signs? Did I hit somebody? I want to see the body. And they go, "You're nuts." No, I'm not nuts. How can you say I committed a crime when there's no damage?
No victim,
did somebody rear end me?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, did somebody rear end me because I didn't have a tail light? You know. And I've won cases. I've won cases on that argument.
Okay, now hang on, Sty. Hear me out. So I've been threatened.
Hey, sweetie.
I've been emotionally damaged with undue stress for threat of extortion for bills that I do not owe in denial of my service.
Now I'll give you that. Now if you can get someone in the medical
I
field.
go see my doctor and I can't sleep well. Now I'm saying if you seek
somebody in the medical field, and they
All you
say,
gotta do is
yes,
see the doctor
he had,
document.
this has given him
Credibility.
Created enough distress that it's affected
He had to
his
go see a doctor
quality of
and
life,
think about taking a pill because he thought he screwed these people.
Right. And now there's a damage. Now there's a damage. You're onto something, buddy, because that's a damage. Now that's what I'm talking about. You have to show that there's been actual damage.
That's emotional damage. You know, nights of lost sleep trying to pull that. And hey, now imagine the damage when you're pulling 450 out of your ass that you ain't got.
Oh, I've been there. Hey, I'm going through that right now. I'm going through that right now. After they did my surgery, they sent me a bill for $800 and some thousand. Then they sent me a bill for $900.
Damn.
Well, just $3,000 short, $997,000. And I'm like, I see these bills and they're popping up online. They're sending me the bill online and in the mail. And then they're saying, we're going to discontinue any of your health services until you pay. Now, that'll stress your ass out when you're dependent on some of those health services to stay alive, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
So then they reduced it all down. And they said, no, you only owe $85,000. $85,000 of it's your share. Medicare picked up the rest. And I said, well, what's this $85,000? You got my Medicare payment. And they said, yeah, but that's what Medicare didn't pay. I said, well, fuck you and Medicare, because I know how Medicare works. You signed a goddamn contract with Medicare saying that you would accept, and I looked it up in the state of Minnesota and what the Mayo contract stated. That's public information. That contract was specific. 62% of what they charge is what they'll get paid by Medicare, and they are not allowed to back charge it to the patient. And I told them that, and I said, you want to try to back charge me that fucking money? I want to see you in court. Holy shit.
Hey,
guess what? I got a bill. I got a new bill. I just got it about a week and a half ago. That new bill, $691 for items that were not covered by Medicare at all. Medicare doesn't pay it at all. That's all I owe is $691 of $1 million.
Hey,
because I stuck my nose right up their ass and started screaming, and they still haven't gotten over it. That we lost out on $100,000. You know that and that's it.
Sty, check this out. Now, this last year when I recertified, I clearly expressed to the caseworker operating the operation of me signing those documents. I clearly expressed to that person, I'm under duress. I'm under stress. I believe there's a conspiracy to defraud. I was coerced and persuaded after 20 minutes to sign that document. How legal is that document today?
See, that's that. Yeah, I couldn't tell you because
zero.
An attorney would better be able to.
Yeah, I have the video recording of that interaction with me and my caseworker. My device was recording the living room when this went down.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the tape. I got the clip. I'm under duress. No, I don't want to sign these papers. I want you to move me the fuck out of here. Fuck these papers. This is a criminal act. I do not wish to be a participant in this criminal conspiracy.
That
Rob, if you don't sign these papers, you'll be homeless because we ain't got time to find you a place. But then you need to enact your emergency response team and get me the fuck out of here.
And in that case, to me, that would be best answered by a good attorney. I mean,
yeah, oh yeah,
I
definitely
wouldn't
educated
know.
my law, and I've learned what to say to definitely invoke my rights and show evidence of abuse and neglect of my rights after I express.
One thing, and I think most of the audience will agree is, and I found that out in the past. I mean, I had to pay the penalty a few times, losing a case in court here and there. That you may, under the law, it may appear that you got all this right, but you still got to convince the judge. You still got to convince a jury. You know, it depends on the type of trial. But, and you got to convince an attorney to bring that suit because you're not going to win them a lot of
your
suits.
Rights
you won't win on your own.
Your rights only exist when somebody respects them or in a court of law that respects them.
Right.
Been there, did that. I've got 3 or 4 shirts with holes in it.
See, I lost the case, but I won the case. It was weird. I got charged with poaching out in northwestern Montana. And I mean, my God, they were going to come up on the mountain and arrest my ass, leave my family sitting up on the top of this fucking mountain all alone in a turn of the century log cabin with no access for them to get off that mountain. 8 miles to the nearest settled community, no homes in between us and them. And they're going to leave the family. I said, you stupid sons of bitches, you ain't doing that shit. There'll be a gunfight before that happens. Well, they say, well, then we're taking you off the mountain. We're going to book you, blah, 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 blah. And I had a friend of mine come pick me up down at the sheriff's office and haul my butt back home. Well, I ended up going into court. Well, it was 2 months before my court date. So I went to Missoula, Montana, and I got in the law library, stayed in a motel for 3 weeks. 3 weeks I spent in a damn motel every single day from opening to closing of that legal library, that law library. And sure enough, I found it. There's a statute that was never repealed, still on the books, that if you're domiciled in the state of Montana, you're a citizen of the state of Montana. If you are not accepting federal or state aid of any form, which we weren't at the time at all, you have the right to gather and secure wild game and resources off of the public lands of the state for your own personal sustenance. You can't sell it, but you can consume it.
Yeah.
I took that right in the courtroom. Guess how I lost the case? That's where, damn, I had an attorney come to me. Why didn't you give me that damn case? I would have won it for you. Because I only lost the case. The judge chewed me out afterwards. He said, you had it won. The only thing you never said, and it's not in the record, in the transcript at all, you never once said, I'm innocent. Never once did you say, I did not commit a crime. You said that the law allows citizens to do this, but you didn't take the argument to the point where you're saying, I'm one of those citizens, so I did not break the law. He says, you never went there. You just told me about the law. You didn't tell me how it affected you. He said, so you never claimed that you were not guilty.
You never expressed yourself as a citizen.
Right. And he said, so I had to find you guilty. But guess what?
Because you still acknowledge yourself as a resident of another state.
That the fine was supposed to be $1,000 and 2 years without hunting and fishing privileges. He gave me a fine of $300 and 1 year without hunting and fishing privileges.
That's sweet. Just fuck me for a year and think I'm
now I'll tell you what really burnt my ass. This he's a good judge. He comes out of that courtroom. I'm standing at the treasurer's office, saying thank you, and I had the receipt, and I'm walking away because I paid that right away. Paid that fine. I'm getting the hell out of Dodge.
So this man went from taking thousands of dollars and 2 years of privileges to 1 year and $300, and you're going to call him a good guy? A good judge would have fucking
no. You got to hear me out. You're cutting off the story because he saw me accept that receipt, and he stops me, and he goes, "Did you just pay that fine?" I said, "Well, yeah." He said, "I thought you were sharper than that." And I go, "What do you mean?" He says, "I thought for sure that you'd come to my chambers afterwards and ask me to stay the penalties." I go, "Say what?" He says, "You just needed to ask me if I was willing to stay the fine and the 1 year penalty." I said, "Can I ask you now?" He says, "Too late. You paid it, you ass. We can't go in there and reverse that payment. I can't do that legally. I can't undo what you voluntarily did." And
a
he
good
said,
judge would have dismissed the case. You know,
well,
he wouldn't have just fucked you for 1 year and $300. He still got you.
He didn't want me, though. It was very obvious. And Judge O'Neill, I was before him a couple other times, and
if he didn't want you, he would have dismissed your case.
He couldn't dismiss it. He could have fucking. Oh, he could have dismissed it, but it would have destroyed his career as a judge. The public input. See, in Montana, the minute you put the tag poaching on something, somebody needs to be punished. That's just the way it is in northwestern Montana. And if you don't like it, tough fucking shit. I was good with that. I was good
because you were a poacher. When you said that you've been convicted of poaching, I mean, just like one of them pedophiles, like, poop, let me hit the button, I'm gone. But I'm decided to hear you out first, like, because I know how. I mean, even
when I walked out of there, the community didn't see me as a poacher. They didn't. People were in that audience. There was a full courtroom watching that hearing, and when I walked out of there, people are just like, "Yeah, Jesus, you damn near had it, man. You're that close. You're that close." They're proud of what I did. And when they heard why the judge ruled the way he did, it's because he was following the law. He was following court procedure. He was not out of line. And if he would have dismissed it just because he felt like being the nice guy, I wouldn't have had the respect I had for him. Because the fact he followed the law and he could back up his reasoning, I was okay with it. Because what I did was I won the public's opinion. I could give a fuck what the judge or the DA thought. It was the rest of the world. You know, I don't want to go out there and everybody go, "There's the poacher. There's the poacher. He's the king killer. He's the king killer." You know,
did the public's opinion afford you that $300 you had to pay?
I would say the community, just like the YouTube community, what goes around comes around. And I was taken care of on many occasions by that community. They stepped up and helped me out so many times. And I'd say they ponied up that $300 with the help they had given me over the years I was out there. You're damn right. Yeah. I got that. That $300 was nothing. It's just goddamn money. The only difference between that money and the money I spend on other people is the money I spend on other people. That's just green love, you know. That's just paper love. That's just, I spend it on other people. It's paper love. The money I paid to them was, the lesser of the evils. So
there is no, a lesser evil is still evil.
You're not going to get rid of the evil in the world. Sometimes you have to.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you know, you can grow some tall trees and grow, make rope. I mean, you can start one man at a time.
It never eliminates all the evil, though.
Well, I mean,
I'm all for that. I'm all for capital punishment, blah blah blah. But
I mean,
I'll
farmers.
always take the position that there will always be good people in this world and there will always be bad people in this world. That's what this world is about. That's what makes it turn.
I mean,
If we didn't have bad people out there, what the hell would we have to bitch about? Come on. We got to have something to bitch about. So there's got to be a bad person once in a while we can just bitch about.
They got to raise the blood pressure once in a while.
Absolutely. Keeps that blood moving, That's it. But hey, guys, I got to stop everybody. I have got to wrap this up. I'm going on almost 5 hours. I should have been off of here 2.5 hours ago. It's almost 7 o'clock here. That gives me 5 hours to try to get 2,000 calories in this body. That's going to be
a get that 2,000 calories down.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell. I'm going to go in there.
I thought we were cutting into the time for you. You need to condition your beard and trim your whiskers and stuff. But I understand.
Trimming my whiskers.
A lot of his beard. His beard was way more than that long time ago.
But
a couple months ago.
We got some all tied up in a ball here.
I went and looked at my first stream when I came home from the hospital. The very first stream I did. And you could see right through my beard. You could see my neckline, everything. You could see right through it. It is starting to grow back. It's starting to thicken back out. And I restarted the chemo. I got to go through chemo for 1 year, but it's only once a month. So, but
do you know how to?
One of the side of.
Do you know how to determine when it's time to trim your beard?
The only time
when your whiskers get caught in your zipper.
They never get that long. I singe them off by then. Leaning over a campfire. That's where that usually happens. Yep. Jesus, Sty, you shouldn't stand over the campfire like that. Your beard's on fire again. I've had the thing light right up. I go, holy shit. But yeah.
Well, just be thankful you ain't had some whiskers caught in your zipper when you were finished, man. It sucks. I mean, you really look funny at the gas station. You're sitting there all tangled up. Somebody got some scissors.
Now, this sweet girl, she'll get a kick out of this. You want to see something embarrassing? When you have total strangers, they're there, and they witness it, and you got a little granddaughter that's 2 years old. She's handicapped, but she's the sweetest soul you ever met. She loves beards. My daughter didn't warn me, and I'm holding this little girl, just loving it, and she's looking up and smiling at me. She loves her grandpa, and all of a sudden, boom, both hands, right in that beard, and she wraps the hairs around her fingers and starts to pull. And then she starts to pull this way. And I'm squealing like a pig. Oh my God, kid. Oh my God. And she starts to laugh and she pulls that much harder. My daughter's got her hands trying to. She goes, I'm sorry, Dad. And I should have warned you. That little girl almost brought this old man right to his knees, man. I tell you what, I'll go fisticuffs in the bar before I'll let that little girl latch onto my beard ever again. God.
Wait till that kid has sticky Jolly Rancher sticky fingers and does that.
Thanks for having me up, Sty.
Yeah, love you, girl. We got to wrap it up, guys. Love you. Love y'all. Hey, everybody out there in the chat, thank you for being here today. It's a very long stream today. I haven't done this in forever.
Sty. You're doing great.
Thank you. I love you guys. It was a great Sunday afternoon. Thanks for coming up, Rob.
I'll be looking forward to talking to you later, buddy.
You betcha. We'll cross paths, I'm sure.
Grabbing ditches, man. We need to clap some ass here in Kansas.
You bet.
Appreciate it, bro.
So you take good care of yourself. And so, folks, like usual, at the end of my stream, I'm going to grab the girl in the fur coat, do the shuffle out on the porch, and we're going to be out of here until next Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock. You all take care between now and then. Sty loves you. Bye-bye.